allegiance. It's 6:30, by the way. Thank you. Adam, can you do the roll call, please?
Yes, I can. Mrs. Walsh,
Here.
Mrs. Zimmer,
Here.
Mrs. Herbert,
Here.
Mrs. Dotterberger,
Here.
and Mr. Kirschner.
Here.
We'll now move to item number 4, administer the oath to our newly elected board members. Ashley has already taken the oath, so we have Deanna Hubbard. And do you have somebody you want to administer the oath? Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, she does.
I wanted to read the biography quick. Swearing in board member Deanna Herbert is Meredith Lawson Rowe is serving in her first term of the Ohio House of Representatives, representing the 5th District, which includes Reynoldsburg, Canal Winchester, parts of Columbus, Groveport, Obetz, and surrounding areas. With over 20 years of experience in community engagement and public service, Lawson Rowe is a former executive administrative assistant and member of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. She made history in 2019 as one of the first Black women elected to Reynoldsburg City Council, while she served as council president until 2023. Under her leadership, she updated the city zoning code, passed fair housing legislation, and declared racism a public health crisis. As a fierce advocate for her community, Lawson Rowe works tirelessly to support economic development and address issues like the housing shortage in Central Ohio. She also founded the Reynoldsburg Juneteenth celebration in 2020, which has grown into a city-sponsored event that promotes local businesses, health, and community unity. Most recently, as state legislator, she introduced Avery's Law, a bill inspired by 12-year-old Avery Russell, who was severely injured in a dog attack. This bill was unanimously passed and signed into law, showcasing her bipartisan approach and commitment to addressing constituents' concerns. She is passionate about representing her district. Lawson Rowe engages regularly with her constituents and is dedicated to building a better Ohio. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. This is an exciting time. It is an honor and a privilege for you to be here. You already know I am State Representative Meredith Lawson Rowe. It is always kind of awkward to stand there and listen to your bio being read out loud. But anyway, as we begin, as the Honest Family comes forward, I want to remind us that today is a powerful reminder that democracy is not abstract. It is personal. It lives in neighborhoods, schools, city halls, and townships. The two of my friends who are being sworn in today are stepping forward, not just for titles, but to higher level of serving. The oath taken today is much more than words. It is a promise to lead with courage and humility and with accountability. We honor the journey that brought them here and the communities that stands with them. And we are grateful for the families, friends, and community members who are here to support. So let us proceed with the swearing in. And Deanna, if you would stand right here, and your family, you put your hand on the Bible, right hand up. So maybe you come on the other side. All right, we're gonna get it. And before I get started, I'd like to just look at you. You hold the Bible right here. Family, I love it. I'd like to share with you because I know that you are a Christian woman and a praying family. I think of Philippians 4, 6, and 7. And I won't read it, but just hold that in your heart. And what reminds me most of your journey is to be anxious for nothing and pray about everything. So we'll go ahead and get started. I state your name.
Deanna Herbert.
Repeat after me. I'm sorry. I state your name.
I state your name.
You say your name. Say I, Deanna.
Okay. Okay. I, Deanna Herbert,
That's all right. That's all right. Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to support the Constitution of the United States
to support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Ohio,
and the Constitution of the State of Ohio.
and that I will faithfully
I will faithfully
and impartially perform
and impartially perform
and discharge the duties
and discharge the duties
as board member of the Board of Education
as board member of the Board of Education
for the Groveport Madison Local School District,
for the Groveport Madison Local School District,
Franklin County, Ohio,
Franklin County, Ohio,
to the best of my ability
to the best of my ability
and in accordance with the laws
in accordance with the law,
now in effect and hereafter
now in effect and hereafter,
during my continuance
during my continuance
in said office
in said office
until my successor is elected and qualified.
until my successor is elected and qualified.
Congratulations. Take a picture. Let's scoot this way.
Yeah, you gotta get that suit. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, as Latoya Dowdle-Berger arrives, and as Latoya and her family are coming forward, I just would like to share with you my Bible verse that speaks to me when I think about your journey is Hebrews 12, 1 and 3. And I won't belabor and read it. We all know it's run your race, the race set before you, and you did that and continue to run your race during this journey of serving the people.
Okay, administering the oath of office to Latoya Dahlberger is Judge Stephanie Mingo, who was appointed the elected judge of Franklin County Municipal Court Environmental Division in 2019. She is the fourth judge elected to serve in that division that was created in 1996. Previous to her appointment on the bench in 2019, Judge Mingo served in public practice as an assistant prosecutor with the Franklin County Prosecutor's Office and assistant chief legal counsel for the Ohio Auditor of State's Office. As a practicing attorney for more than 11 years prior to taking the bench, Judge Mingo began her career in private practice in domestic relations and juvenile court, serving as a child advocate. Judge Mingo and her husband Jason reside in New Albany and have 2 daughters. Welcome, Judge Mingo.
Good evening, everyone. All right, I'm so excited to be here to swear in my dear friend, Latoya Dowdell-Berger. I'm excited as she begins to serve her second full term here on the board. Latoya, are you ready? Yes, ma'am. All right. If you would repeat after me, you can place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. All right, comfortable with the position?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. Please repeat after me. I, Latoya Dowdell-Berger,
I, Latoya Dowdell-Berger,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to support the Constitution of the United States,
to support the Constitution of the United
the
States,
Constitution of the State of Ohio,
the Constitution of the State of Ohio,
and that I will faithfully and impartially
that I will faithfully and impartially
perform and discharge
perform and discharge
the duties as board member
the duties as board member
of the Board of Education
of the Board of Education
for the Groveport Madison Local School District,
for the Groveport Madison Local School District,
Franklin County, Ohio,
Franklin County, Ohio,
to the best of my ability
to the best of my ability
and in accordance with the laws
in accordance with the laws
now in effect
now in effect
and hereafter
and hereafter
to be enacted during my continuance
during my continuance
in said office
in said office
and until my successor
and until my successor
is elected and qualified.
is elected and
All
qualified.
right, congratulations, Board Member Dowdell-Berger.
There we go. Now we get everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you all. There are more pictures. Okay.
We'll move on to item B, agenda approval. I have a motion to move that Board of Education adopt the agenda.
I move that the Board of Education approve the agenda, item B.
Madam Chair, for the evening, if we could have a 5-minute recess. I was,
Yeah, sure.
okay.
Let's.
If I have a second, is there a
Let's,
second?
I'll second.
can
Thank
we
you.
adopt the agenda first real quick?
Okay, well, I had some questions.
No?
There's
Okay.
just got people leave.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much. We didn't do roll call, but.
Who was first, second? So first, let's wait. Second, Ashley. but I don't have a second yet.
I'll second.
Okay, second for Ashley. Okay, and this is to adopt the agenda.
So is there any discussion? Does anybody have any questions?
I did. I was wondering why the policies were before the ethics portion. I didn't understand that. If I could get the first and the second as well, I didn't hear that on the mic.
The adoption agenda was first John, second Ashley.
You said second, Ms. Emmer.
Ms. Emmer, yes.
Thank you. And then my question was the change with adding the policy review prior to all the other items, and why it's on this agenda, not the regular board meeting agenda.
Could you state which item by number, please?
Item E1, which would be policy review, second read.
Okay, and you want to move that to where?
I would really like, I was asking why it was on this agenda and not on the regular board agenda versus the organizational meeting. Was there any reason and context to share?
The reason it is on this agenda is because those policies directly affect the code of ethics that we will be reviewing afterwards on item number F.
And is that from legal saying that the code of ethics training would then impact the little policy? I guess I'm not following that part. That's why I was asking.
So they did go to legal, and legal said they were all okay. I think Adam and Jamie both got an email and forwarded that on.
Yeah, that's not, but I guess that's why I'm not understanding why does the code of ethics need to go after if the code of ethics is always the code of ethics?
Well, the code of ethics is a
And that's why,
policy.
and why wasn't on the regular board agenda versus the organizational? Because the code of ethics training is consistent and the same. So I just didn't understand like the reason to have, and I know we don't always have to do things the same way. I just wanted clarity and wanted to ask it, in the board meeting.
Well, policy BFFE is the code of ethics that we will be reviewing. So if that's being updated as a second read, we would need to do that before we went on to item F and discussed and adopted those code of ethics.
So, okay, because that's
Do
not.
you have a motion that you'd like to make on that?
No, I'm just asking a question
Okay.
for clarity. If I had a motion, I would make it.
Okay.
Thank you. Because in the past, when we've done the code of ethics, it's been more about how we are to conduct board business, sunshine law, things of that nature. So that's why I was asking. So thank you for that. So the changes that you made here then is what is going to be covered by legal on F, item F, ethics review. Because that's why I was asking that.
So, yeah, item F is review of that policy. And we have to adopt the policy first, and then we have to review the policy in this code of ethics. Does anybody have any comment that might help to clarify?
I believe the idea here is that we adopt a code of ethics and then the attorney, Mr. Tuchin, who I think will be here, will then review what our code of ethics is now about. There's minor changes to it, addressing some First Amendment items, etc.
So are there any other questions regarding the agenda for tonight? Adam, if you could do roll call?
Mrs. Walsh,
Aye.
Mrs. Emmer.
Aye.
Mrs. Herbert
Aye.
and Mrs. Dowdleberger.
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
So now we're on to item C, election of the Board of Education officers. Subject one is election of the the Groveport Madison School Board President. Do I have any nominations?
I nominate Kathy Walsh.
there any more nominations? Adam, if you could do both, please.
Okay, yes, so we have a first now. I will do the vote. Mrs. Walsh,
Abstain.
Mrs. Zimmer,
Aye.
Mrs. Herbert,
No.
Mrs. Dowderberger,
No.
and Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
We
I
have
would like to change my vote to aye to be done.
Okay, so John nominated Kathy for board president. Kathy first abstained, so now she wants to change her vote to a yes. So I will redo the motion just so we're all legal here. So again, John nominates Kathy, Mrs. Walsh,
Aye.
Mrs. Zimmer,
Aye.
Mrs. Herbert,
No.
Mrs. Dowderberger,
No.
and Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
So the ayes have it. I'll be board president. Thank you, everyone. We're on to number 2, election of the Groveport Madison School Board of Education Vice President. We go for nominations, and I nominate John Kirschner. Does anybody second?
Second.
So I'm sorry, I'm writing this down. So Kathy nominates John. Kathy's first, John's second.
Any other nominations?
I nominate myself, Deanna Herbert.
I'm assuming you can nominate one more. The question was, can you nominate more than one person? I'm assuming you can, yes.
All right, then I'll also nominate Ashley Zimmer. Oh, do we have a second for Deanna?
Second.
It's Latoya. Thank you. Thank you, Latoya. We have a second for Ashley Zimmer.
Okay, so sorry, I just gotta get all this down real quick. All right, so Deanna and Latoya, who seconded Ashley?
No, no second.
No second. Okay.
All right, could you do roll call for John Kirschner as vice president, please?
Mrs. Walsh,
Aye.
Mrs. Zimmer,
No.
Mrs. Herbert,
No.
Mrs. Dowderberger,
No.
and Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
So that failed.
And the motion fails. And on to the motion for the vice president, Deanna Herbert.
Okay, motion. This is for Mrs. Herbert, second by Latoya. Mrs. Walsh,
Aye.
Mrs. Zimmer,
No.
Mrs. Herbert,
Aye.
Mrs. Dowderberger,
Aye.
No,
and Mr. Kirschner.
don't change my vote to no. I'm just beside myself because we'll just go back and forth.
All right, so
Could you recall the vote, please?
okay, I would like to recall the vote again. So the motion is, this is the motion Mrs. Herbert nominates herself. Latoya seconded it. Recall. I'm going to redo the vote over now, and start with Mrs. This is for Mrs. Herbert as vice president. Mrs. Walsh,
No.
Mrs. Zimmer,
No.
Mrs. Herbert,
Yes.
Mrs. Dowderberger,
Aye.
and Mr. Kirschner.
No.
Okay. And then this one is Kathy nominates Ashley, but actually we didn't have a second. So we need another nomination.
I can second Kathy.
On Kathy nominating you. Okay,
Did you-
so
Did you nominate Ashley?
Kathy nominated Ashley.
I just did the second for Kathy.
Okay, so the motion now is Kathy nominated Ashley. Ashley seconded.
Can I ask a question? Is it normal practice to like, after we find out the results of a vote, to recall it and start over?
You can't.
If the vote's not over.
Right. You can recall your own vote to have the remotion started again. Okay, so this is election of board vice presidents. Is Kathy nominated Ashley, and Kathy first, Ashley second. Roll call. Mrs. Walsh,
Aye.
Mrs. Zimmer,
Aye.
Mrs. Herbert,
No.
and Mrs. Dauterberger,
No.
and Mr. Kirschner.
No.
Okay, we do not have a vice president.
So I would like to, again, nominate Mr. Kirschner. Can I do that, Mr.?
Yes.
Yeah, you can. We can. Yep, we can keep. Yep.
I
All
would
right,
like
so
to again
Kathy
nominate Mr. Kirschner.
nominates Mr. Kirschner. I have a second.
I will second.
Okay. And we're taking the vote again. This is again Kathy nominating John for vice president.
Do we require a second for a nomination?
We really don't need to, but for my thing, I need it because it won't let me move forward unless there's a second.
Gotcha.
Sorry. You're right.
No, you're
We don't
fine.
need it, but I need it for board docs. So that's why I'm asking. Sorry. So this is Kathy nominates John, Mrs. Walsh,
Aye.
Mrs. Zimmer,
No.
Mrs. Herbert,
No.
Mrs. Dauterberger,
No.
and Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Okay,
I now nominate Ashley Zimmer.
I'll second that.
John, Ashley, John, and then Kathy. Okay, here's the vote for Mrs. Zimmer. Mrs. Walsh,
Aye.
Mrs. Zimmer,
Aye.
Mrs. Herbert,
No.
Mrs. Dauterberger,
No.
and Mr. Kirschner. Mr. Kirschner?
I'm waiting. Give me a minute.
Okay, I'd like to call 5-minute recess and review
Second.
of order and talk to legal counsel.
All right, so we have 5-minute recess. Who was first?
Kathy was, I was second, Mr. Treasurer.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Kathy first. Let's wait a second. All right, 5-minute recess. Mrs. Walsh. This is for 5-minute recess. Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
Mrs. Zimmer.
Aye.
Mrs. Herbert.
Aye.
Mrs. Dauterberger.
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner.
No.
Okay, we have 5-minute recess. 7:04.
say, I really hope we can get through this vote. Um, I think we can. I'm nominating John Kirshner, and I'm nominating him because I think we can work well together. And he has been on the board for a year and has not had the opportunity to serve in a position. If he has that experience on boards in the past. So, somebody second, do I have a second for his nomination?
I will second. I've been on the board for 2 years, 6 total. Thank you.
Okay, so this is Kathy nominating John. So Kathy first, John second. Mrs. Walsh,
Aye.
Mrs. Zimmer,
No.
Mrs. Herbert,
No.
Mrs. Donalberger,
No.
and Mr. Kirshner.
No, I nominate Deanna Herbert.
Okay, so we got John nominates Deanna. Okay, I have John first. I need a second.
Second.
Mr. Herbert. Okay, take a vote. Mrs. Walsh,
No.
Mrs. Zimmer,
No.
Mrs. Herbert,
Yes.
Mrs. Donalberger,
Aye.
and Mr. Kirshner.
I didn't catch Mrs. Zimmer's vote.
She said no. So we have 2 no's and 2 yeses right now.
Aye.
Okay, so we have a vice president. Okay.
So Vice President Deanna Herbert, thank you for getting through that. We'll move on to item D,
Yes.
and we will administer these.
I will do that.
And Adam will do that.
I'll do her first, and then I'll do vice president. Do you solemnly swear? And the Constitution. That I will faithfully and impartially perform, discharge, duties as president of the Board of Education, Groveport, Madison, best of my ability, and in accordance with laws, respect, during my continuance in said office, until my successor is elected and qualified. All right, I'll have all that. I solemnly swear, according to the Constitution and the Constitution of the State of Ohio, and that I will faithfully, impartially perform, and discharge the duties as Vice President of the Board of Education for the Groveport, Madison, Franklin County, Ohio, to the best of my ability and in accordance with the laws now in effect and hereafter to be enacted during my continuance in said office, that my successor is elected and
Congratulations, Deanna. We're now moving on to item E, board items, and this will be the policy review, second read, BBA, BBAA, BBF, BBFE, and BBG.
first and a second.
Oh.
And then
I
discussion.
move to adopt the policies, approve the policies for a second read.
Okay.
Uh,
Ms. Walsh is first. Do I have a second before discussion?
I'll second.
Are there any questions about the policies?
No, I just have a discussion item, and then I do actually have a motion. We did get these sent by legal review. I know that there is a meeting with just the three of the board members on January 6th that was scheduled after the organizational was agreed upon in December. But it was noted that even though that the new policies, let me first start with who wrote the language? Who wrote the policies? Because there's a significant amount of changes. And I know this is forward-facing on board docs. So for those that are listening, if you look at what's in green are the changes that were provided. So I was just wondering, where did the language come from?
So I want to be sure that I have all your questions right. You wanted to know about legal counsel review, one, correct?
I just actually just answer the question, who wrote the language on all of the policies? Who is the point of contact? Who wrote this?
I wrote some of them.
And who else?
Mr. Kirshner wrote some of them.
Anyone else?
No?
So it's just you and John?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. The next thing,
And also that they were reviewed by legal counsel. Adam Collier sent those to both the OSBA and to Kegler Brown, and Kegler Brown said there were no problems with them, with the policies.
not technically, so I'm going to read exactly the statement from our legal counsel and ask for the treasurer to add this as a part of the documentation for record for the public for transparency. It reads, first message that below was provided, the bottom line that they found nothing legally objectionable, but would like the district to consider retaining to the OSBA to do a more detailed analysis of similar provisions. It was further noted from the other counsel that you mentioned, Ms. Walsh, Mr. Adam Miller. He stated very specifically, and I'll just read the whole thing. Good morning, colleagues. At the CFO's request, Kegler Brown attorneys have reviewed the draft GPM board policy revisions as requested for draft policies BBBAA, BBF, BBF-E, and BBG against the standards of state and federal legal sufficiency. Policy BBBAA should include the citation of ORC 3313.35, county prosecutors serving as legal counsel. Kegler Brown Education Laws attorney, and this is underlined, and that's why I'm asking for this email to be added to the board minutes, please, have not identified anything in the proposed policies as currently drafted which violates state or federal law. As such, the board policy drafts referenced above are legally sufficient. Notwithstanding our finding our legal sufficiency at this time, OSBA Policy Division Chief Kenneth Haycock's cautionary words as to implementation are worth noting. As Ms. Haycock stated, any substantiative changes from OSBA approved board policy template language may be legally sufficient, but may also have an unintended consequence of increasing liability and exposure given the untested language's future use and interpretations. It may be wise for the Board of Education to retain OSBA to fully vet each proposed forecasted policy change against OSBA's 600 plus member school district database and the OSBA Fiscal, Legal, and Management Services Division prior to a final board policy adoption. That will be an additional OSBA fee for service, but could pay high dividends going forward, especially in terms of liability coverage. So that is why I asked those questions, just for transparency. So thank you for that, Madam Chair. And I ask again, Mr. Treasurer, if you could add all of this as supporting documentation to the board minutes. Thank you.
I would also add that OSBA did approve, as far as I know, or someone did. I'd like to know who wrote the policy that said the board would speak with one voice, which took us down a horrible path of, you talk about legal challenges and exposure. We've had that on the books for so many years, and I think you're going to hear that that's never a good idea. And I think this cures some of that. We had language in our policy And I don't know if the OSBA put it forward, but I think they did because they were responsible for the update of our policy. But if they didn't, I'd like to know where that came from as well. But as far as exposure, we're certainly removing horrible exposure that says we will speak with one voice. Obviously, as we demonstrate here today, we do not speak with one voice, and we debate and we deliberate and we come from different vantage points, and that is how our democracy and our country is run. I can tell you we're removing a very uh, serious issue that has resulted in more than $100,000 in legal fees. As far as exposure goes, we could always run this through further counsel, and I think that that would be great. We could run it through the OSBA. We could run it through other policy institutions. However, I would like to see this happen now to eliminate the liabilities we have faced for the past 2 years, and then move forward if you feel that there's more diligence that needs to be applied. Thank you.
Are there any other comments from any of the other board members?
Yes, and there's also a note from Ms. Kennis, so if we could add that to the record for the meeting minutes as well, Mr. Treasurer. And I stated, just so it's clear in the mic, if we could add the note from OSBA or the email to the meeting minute note, so it's fully there for transparency. Regarding the changes, I understand, I think the conversation we've had multiple times about freedom of speech. I would say regardless of the policy being in place or not, our people have done exactly whatever they've wanted, so I don't see the difference, to be quite honest. But the biggest concern is the defamation that could be done to any of our staff, as we could look at having future issues just from my HR lens. That's my concern. But thank you for at least running that through legal to my board colleagues from that January 6th meeting, at least getting them to look at that and getting us that answer back. I at least want to say thank you for that.
Are there any other comments?
No, and I would like to make a motion to postpone until the next board meeting until we can
Oh,
have further
I still
legal
have a
review.
comment. If you
Well, I'm
could
making my
please.
motion to postpone the policy review second read of adoption in order for us to get additional legal counsel as proposed by legal counsel. Is there a second?
Can I do a second and a motion to amend your motion to remove the language that John specifically just wants removed and leave everything else the same for the time being until we have more time to review and consult legal counsel?
So does that mean leaving it like the policies as they were by OSBA?
Yes, everything else the same minus removing the one line that John wants, the one voice.
There was
From it.
several changes.
So, first we have a motion on, but we don't have a second to the motion. So the motion fails for lack of second?
No, I
Or
was.
do we have a second?
Can you restate your motion one more time, Miss Ashley? I'm sorry.
Well,
You're
we
fine.
need to look at Latoya's motion first, and we don't have a second on that one, so do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. And then Ashley has a motion to amend Latoya's motion.
Yes. And if you could restate that
Yes.
again for me, Miss Ashley, I appreciate it.
Please restate, yes.
To amend the motion to remove the line of the policy that says we will talk as one voice that John would like removed. Leave the rest of the policy as the same for the time being until we have more time to review with legal counsel.
So can we be a little more specific with that motion, like which policy? We have like 5 policies on here.
And that's why, wait a minute, because I was going through again, back to the email from legal counsel before, I mean, I guess I could second it, but I still want to make sure I go through all of the notes one more time, because if we're just leaving that line, but there was more changes than just that, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so
So
I will second the motion to remove the language, but I'm getting really confused. It sounds like we are directing or recommending or doing something to get additional legal input and counsel And I don't think we have any motion on the table to
We
do
did.
that.
That was my motion. My motion was to postpone to follow the guidance that was provided by legal counsel today, asking us to further deep dive into this with either OSBA, as outlined by OSBA and our legal counsel, to put it up against the 600 plus member database, fiscal, and some other things they mentioned in that email that I just read. So that was my motion to postpone to align with the findings from our legal counsel.
Okay, so in that case, I withdraw my second because of this fact. Me personally, I couldn't care less what the OSBA thinks of our policy. I think OSBA policy has brought us a whole lot of problems. I think we were better with Neola, and I don't think the OSBA has a particular respect for First Amendment rights. So I couldn't care less what their opinion is on it, quite frankly.
Okay, and I would like to say that we did receive a email from our legal counsel, and in that email, it said, bottom line, our team found nothing legally objective. And it goes on, continues to say that they do advise that maybe it be run by OSBA because of their database, but they also say this could be done prior to or following passage. They see nothing wrong with these changes, and I think we have a motion and we need to vote on it. We need to vote on Ashley's changes. I think, Ashley, your change was the code of ethics. You want to change number BBF?
Yes, correct.
Okay, that's BBF. Sorry.
And so we have it here, rewrote basically, not everything, but a lot of it. We take out the front part of it and replace that. We add,
So actually, I'm trying to type here. Be clear. So you on BBF, you want to keep it like we have it, but just remove where as we speak as one voice. So keep current language, just remove we speak as one voice.
Correct.
she's looking at BBFE actually.
Which one is it? Just so I. Right.
That's the one that has the express my opinion. Is that the line you're saying you'd like to see pulled out and just leave everything else the same?
Yes, for the time being, until we have more time to seek legal counsel for those that want to and further research.
Okay, so that was BBF-E, just to be clear.
Yes,
Okay, so BB-E, remove, we will speak as one voice be removed, but keep the current language, but just remove that one line.
correct.
Okay, and that's your amended, okay. All right, so I have,
Oh, go ahead. I have one
sorry,
thing.
I have a first for Ashley on that. Do I have a second?
So do we understand? So the way our policy reads now with the OSBA changed slightly from Neola. Neola had two policies that were OSBA, the code of ethics, and then our code of commitment. They called it something else, but it was the commitment that we do during the board meetings. So when OSBA redid it, they put in that the code of ethics, and then it was followed by the board members' ethic commitment. They called it something a little different. I don't recall what it is right now. So what I was recommending here was to take and make those two policies separate, clearly separate. Have the BBF with some of the changes, which we can look at those, and then have BBFE where we take out that front-loaded part, which is actually BBF, and just have the commitment that we are making BBFE. Does everybody see that on here? So everything that's crossed out of BBFE is actually is the policy BBF.
Did we vote on the motion, on the Ashley's motion?
We haven't voted on anything yet.
Well, I want to make sure I understand her motion. It's what all she wants taken out of it. Does she want to take out?
Just the one line saying that we will be one voice.
Do you want to take it out of both BBF and BBFE?
Yes, for the time being.
And,
So BBF and BBFE.
but that was an amendment to Latoya's motion, right?
Correct. So BBF and BBFE, Ashley's amended motion to Latoya's motion is we will speak as one voice. But then the rest of the current policies we'll have will stay in place. Correct?
Yes.
Ashley?
And so that would also mean, so on the other policy, then we would keep the language, on, I forget what this, BBF, where now we are required, where we are to avoid participation in operational or administrative committees, councils, or work groups not established by a board resolution. So that's not something we have. So I just wanted to make sure that's just that one line on that one policy. But there are a lot of other changes on these policies. And also for the record, Mr. Treasurer, the email from our board, legal counsel did not say, it said prior to final board policy adoption, that it would be wise for the Board of Education to retain OSBA to fully vet proposed forecasted policy change. It doesn't say before or after. It says prior to final board policy adoption.
I just want to be clear that I'm not trying to amend any policies minus removing the one line. I was going to say keep everything the same and just remove that one single line.
Okay, so you're saying keep everything the same and remove the one voice.
Yes.
Got it.
Yes.
I thought
just
you were
that
saying
one
keep
line.
everything
No.
the same as.
No. No.
Thank
no.
you for
Just remove
clarification.
the one line and table everything else.
All right. So again,
I have one other question.
oh, sure.
How do we ensure that the OSBA opinions or whatever other opinions we get, for instance, Neola or wherever we want to go, first of all, how do we determine who we want to look at this? You mentioned the prosecutor, you mentioned the OSBA, I could mention Neola, but how do we ensure that those are independent without any interference?
Do you have a suggestion? Are you implying
I suggest that we adopt some type of resolution that no one, that this will be passed through legal counsel to the OSBA and the prosecutor's office and compared to Neola policy, and that no board members will contact any of those organizations regarding this review.
Is that a motion, Mr. Kirshner?
That is a motion.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Can you restate that motion?
It is, I think I can.
Sorry, I'm trying to type in the yes.
I just want to clarify that if we're going to the county prosecutor's office, it might take some time to get answers, which would extend the process even longer.
I'm clearly happy with what we got done, but someone is asking for additional vetting. My motion was, I withdraw my motion. I think we need to determine first who we want to review this. Do we care that the OSBA reviews this? Are we happy with Kegler Brown reviewing this? The prosecutor may not be timely in responding. We don't currently have a relationship with the prosecutor's office, despite my pleading that we established one so we didn't bleed so much money. I'm just going to stop, and what I want to know is that there's no interference. I don't really want the OSBA to review it. I don't think, obviously, I think they created this problem. So why would we go to them to fix it?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kirshner. So we have a motion, Ashley's motion, to remove the one line from, I think it's only on BBFE, right?
So is it BBF and BBFE?
I believe that's the only place you'll find that one line, that the one voice. That's what you said, right?
Correct.
So the motion on the floor is to amend Latoya's motion, but we're gonna and Latoya, can you reframe your motion, please?
My motion was to postpone until we follow the guidance of our legal counsel to have further review, and I'll read the part of the email. Sorry, I can't be my mouth for a second. Where it said it'd be wise for Board of Education to retain OSBA to fully vet each proposed forecasted policy change against OSBA's 600 plus member school district database and the OSBA Fiscal, Legal, and Management Services Division prior to final board policy. So you can take that second to last sentence in that last paragraph, Mr. Treasurer, and add that to my motion, please, from the email. Thank you.
Could you email me that also, please?
We all got it today at 2:56 p.m.
Oh, yeah, I thought you were I thought you were emailing us your motion.
No, I was telling him to take it from the legal guidance that we received, the sentence from that. So I was not recreating something. I'm using the exact guidance that our legal counsel provided
Do
at
you have your
2:56
motion
p.m.
wrote down?
today.
Do you have your motion wrote down, or is that something you can email us? So the treasurer has it.
Okay, for right now, the motion I have right now is for Latoya, is the board recommends to postpone these policies reading until we get further legal counsel approval or approval from OSBA. Is that the main
That's the
motion?
main thing, and I just said you could pull
And
that,
then
that
add
sentence.
the emails.
Yep, that's it.
what I have right
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
now. Sorry.
So you just want to postpone these motions, and Ashley, I don't see how your motion to amend fits into that. Maybe that would be a second motion after we vote on Latoya's, okay?
Right, so we'll,
So would you
Vote on
call the
Latoya's?
vote on the,
right, we're voting on Latoya's motion right now. So again, this was Latoya first, Ashley second, to postpone all these policies until we get further legal counsel approval or OSBA approval. Latoya first, Ashley second. Mrs. Walsh,
no,
Mrs. Zimmer,
Aye.
Mrs. Herbert,
Aye.
and Mrs. Dudbeer.
Aye.
And Mr. Kirchner.
No.
Okay, so that motion
Motion
passed. So we postpone these policies reading until we get further legal counsel approval or OSBA approval.
so, Ashley, do you still
I will withdraw my motion.
You're with, okay, so I need to.
withdraw the motion?
We need to correct that language, please.
So Ashley, do you want your motion, so this has been postponed till our next meeting?
Next meeting, I guess.
If
Or
we
until after a legal counsel reviews it, OSBA, per the recommendation of Kegler Brown.
And then
Okay.
the very first motion, obviously, to recommend these policies. I guess we don't have to vote on that. No.
Point of order, what I'm saying needs corrected is you stated approval by, and I do not believe the OSBA has the authority, nor does anyone have the authority but us to approve policy. They can only advise.
Okay, I'll note that. Okay, thank you. Moving on.
Was that a motion, John, or just a statement, right?
I noted that in the motion.
Yeah, entered it to the.
I made a,
So
I
I
made
make
a
a new
statement,
motion.
so if you want to modify that language, I think, it sounds like the treasurer noted that, but we may need to clarify that in the motion.
Okay, so we have a new motion, and again, so we have a motion, John first, just to say, OSB and legal cannot do approval.
My motion is to remove the word approval and to substitute advise
Substitute
or advice.
for advice. Okay. All right. So I have John as a first. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
You'll restate the motion one more time, right, Mr. Treasurer?
Yes. Does the board against OSB and legal cannot do approval, just gives advice? Is that, John? Is that right? I was trying to type and listen.
Is that good, John?
Sorry.
Yes, okay, if you could
Okay.
do roll call, please.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, sorry.
Or
Are
are
we
there
still
any
on-
questions first?
Yeah, we're still in discussion. Before we vote, if I'm remembering Kenna's from OSBA's email correctly, this is going to require us to engage I don't think this will be included in our standard
Correct.
thing. So this will be an additional expenditure, and I want to make sure that or we have the authority to engage them. Because one of the things we're going to talk about on standing approvals is getting expenditures and contracts approved. So I want to make sure there's authority given for the expenditure and the contract approval. Otherwise, this will stall.
If I can make a motion to get approval by the board for us to give authorization to the superintendent and treasurer to engage with OSBA for the purposes of detailed review of the modification to the policies.
I would amend that to put a dollar limit not to exceed. I think Steve put it would be approximately 1,500, so not to exceed $2,000.
If we could at least get the quote first, we won't know what that would be. So I guess we'll have to get the quote, and you said not to exceed $1,500.
He said that it would be approximately that, so I say we amend it to say not to exceed $2,000.
So then this board recommends that the superintendent can contract with OSBA to review, but not to exceed $2,000. That's the motion on the table, and I have Latoya as a first. If that's okay, Latoya.
Where's the $2,000 coming from? Did someone give you that number, Ms. Walsh?
Mr. Treasurer, where will that funds be coming from?
No, she said, where did you get that number from? 2,000 number.
I was just
I got
asking.
the number from Steve Tugent.
Okay, thank you. You can put me down as first.
Okay, thank you. And I need a second. The motion is just to let me or the superintendent contract the OSBA to do a review of the policies not to exceed $2,000.
Second.
And can you call the line?
Okay, so we're calling roll on the motion that's on the floor right now, which is the one I just repeated, not to exceed 2,000. Mrs. Walsh.
Aye.
Mrs. Zimmer.
Aye.
Mrs. Herbert.
Aye.
Mrs. Dauterberger.
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner.
No. I would like to move that the policy also be reviewed by the law firm of Speech Law and the two law firms that were engaged defending our First Amendment rights in the action taken by individual board members against us, two board members.
Okay.
With a cost not to exceed 15,000.
Not to exceed
15,000 or 1,500?
15,000.
Okay, and then what was those law firms again?
Speech Law and the two law firms that represented our defense in First Amendment, what I will call violations brought by individual board members against two sitting board members.
I second.
And that was for 15,000, correct, Mr. Kirschner?
Yes. And
Okay,
so,
thank you.
okay. So John first, who second? Copy. Okay, so let me read the motion. Board recommends not to exceed 15,000 hours to contract with Speech Law and the other two law firms that represented John and Kathy in their defense.
Do we have those names, sir?
I could look them up, but I believe that language is sufficient.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right, so the motion we have is board recommends not to exceed 15,000 to contract with Speech Law and the other two law firms that John and Kathy used in their defense.
And I would say that there were several items in those policies that were violating First Amendment rights, and they were wrote by Ohio School Board Association. So there is a problem there. I respect the other board members who support the OSBA so strongly, but I will say that we did have to fight that, and it was a problem. And maybe having a law firm that is skilled and First Amendment rights would be a benefit, especially with these policies or code of ethics and what we're being required to do as board members. And
I will add that I think that's a pretty generous number. I wouldn't expect that to be fully spent, but I also want to point out that from my estimates, about 150 or $200,000 was spent on this issue last year.
well, I would think it'd be way under the 15,000. There's 5 policies here that we're talking about. That shouldn't take long. And for either of those companies and any of those law firms. So could we are there any more questions or comments on that issue?
I was just gonna state that it was Reminger, Co. LPA, and Freeman, Mathis, and Gary were the law firms.
So Reminger and who else?
Friedman, Mathis, and Gary.
Friedman, Mathis, and Gary, like Gary. Okay.
I believe that's how you spell it. Yes. Thank you, Ashley.
I'm sorry, this is not coming through very well. Did you list 1 or 2, Ashley?
Both of the firms that represented you and Kathy.
Friedman, Mathis, and Gary. Yeah. And Gray. Wasn't it Gray? Yeah.
Thank you. The other one was Reminger, I believe.
Yes. Yeah. I got Reminger and Friedman, Mathis, and Gary.
Correct. Thank you.
All right. So that's what we're voting on now. Not to exceed $15,000 to contract with speech law, and now we have the names of Reminger and then Friedman, Mathis, and Gary. Not to exceed 15,000. 15. 1 5. Yep.
Aye.
Ms. Walsh. Aye. Ms. Zimmer.
Aye.
Mrs. Herbert.
No.
Mrs. Zetterberger.
No.
And Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Okay, so that passed. Okay.
All right. So we can move on now to the
Ethics review.
motion passes.
Yes, motion passed.
Thank you.
No, I got passed up these things. Steve said pass these out and they got to the ethics review.
Thank you. And we're on to item F, ethics review, and this is Mr. Steve Tucci with Taylor Brown. And I welcome you, and I think we're going to have a motion right away because this code of ethics that we're going to be asked to approve has that one line that Ms. Zimmer was wanting removed, I believe.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Good evening to all of you. For those I have not met, that would be 2 of you. I'm Steve Tugan. I am with the law firm of Kegler, Brownhill, and Ritter, and where I chair the government affairs legal practice of that law firm. We're in downtown Columbus. We've represented the district and provided counsel services for some time, and it's a pleasure to meet the 2 of you, and it's great to see the rest of you today. I do want to update you or provide a reminder on ethics laws in Ohio. What I will do is I'm going to cover 3 topics, and you can I will turn to the president and just give me a timeout sign if you want to interrupt me and make a motion at the time. That's fine, and certainly would welcome any questions. First thing I want to talk about today is general ethics. The second thing I'd like to do is just do a really brief overview of public records, and then finally open meetings. So let's hit it and go over this very quickly. First of all, you are now by virtue of serving on this fine board, you're subject to the ethics laws of the state of Ohio, and that means that. You're an elected official. That pretty well takes care of it in terms of the revised code. One of the requirements is that you be provided a copy of Chapter 102 and of Revised Code Chapter 2921.42 That statutory duty has been fulfilled. You have it in front of you. If you can't sleep tonight, just crack that open and take a look at it, and I'm sure your insomnia will be rectified pretty quickly. And so what I'm going to do is kind of cut to the chase on a couple things. First of all, I'd like to let you know that you are affected, being a public official, by, of all things, a revolving door piece of legislation and regulations. Revolving door refers to people that, like yourself, serve in government, go through a revolving door, and immediately turn around and lobby or engage the district on matters that you were working on when you were serving on the school board. So that you can't do that. In fact, you can't do that for a period of 12 months after your public service term ends. And so I'll just let you know that. Now, you're not prohibited from helping someone, and kind of telling them behind the scenes, hey, I would do it this way. But in terms of engaging the school district, you can't do that. Nor are you prohibited from helping somebody fill out an application or filling out an application on your behalf, things like that. You're certainly allowed to pursue your rights under the law in that way. But anything that you would categorize as advocacy or lobbying, you're not able to do, but ministerial things you can do. Also, the revised code prohibits you from disclosing confidential information that is determined to be confidential. And this actually remains in place after your term ends. So just making sure that you know that. Finally, and something I'm going to talk a little bit about is the whole concept of a conflict of interest. Essentially, because you're a public servant, you're unable to deal with public contracts that would directly affect you, a member of your family, or a business associate of yours. Now, a frustrating thing to me as a lawyer, and lawyers should love ambiguity because ambiguities lead to litigation, but I can't stand ambiguities in the law because, candidly, I like to give clear answers to my clients, and I'm not able to do this on what a family member is. It's questionable. There are some provisions in the code that talk about your immediate family, and that's easily defined, but there are other provisions dealing with public contracts that actually just say family. And that has been the subject of a number of different interpretations, but and we're happy to go over that. You should probably talk to counsel about that. The Ethics Commission has its own opinion, but you should definitely talk about it. It ultimately is your decision about what you're comfortable with and what you're not comfortable with. But it's a lot easier on the provisions that deal with general conflicts of interest. That is your immediate family, which is fairly easy to identify. That would be a spouse residing with you or dependent children. When you're dealing with contracts, which is a whole different story, that's a much broader prohibition, and so you should watch out for that. One of the last things I want to talk to you about is the concept of soliciting anything of value or actually receiving anything of value. Anyone that has an interest in the district may not give you, and you may not accept, a thing of value. And a thing of value is unfortunately a term of art rather than something. It would be really nice if the revised code said these things are things of value and these things are not things of value. And then every 2 years or so, they update the list and it gets longer and longer. That'd be great. That's not what we have, unfortunately. You know, I will tell you this, in all likelihood, a cup of coffee is not a thing of value. Bengals tickets are things of value. All right. Especially now with what the NFL is charging, there's no question about that.
I beg to differ. Bengals tickets have no value to me.
Well, I'm a Browns fan, so I'd agree with you on that, John. But yeah, so again, it does not hurt to ask. It's the best thing to do. and it can be a completely benign situation. Let me give you an example. You have this also applies to your family members receiving gifts. So you could have, a birthday party with kids from the neighborhood or whatever, and they come in and and some of the parents love your kid and they want to give your kid a really nice gift. And it's okay as long as they don't have an interest with the district. If it's an employee of the district, if it's somebody that's a contractor of the district, then you're going to have a problem. We in our government affairs legal practice, we actually there's members of my team that have friends, strong personal friends. They were friends before the people were elected or we joined the law firm. But now all of a sudden, things that we could do, giving gifts back and forth just because we're friends, we can't do that anymore because we have a different status. We have a status that the legislature has decided is special and potentially, just potentially, could lead to corruption and therefore it's prohibited. So I just want to make sure you're aware of that. Again, it's feel free to ask. It's not a bad idea to ask one of your more seasoned colleagues here if you have a question, and then ultimately if they throw up their hands and say, look, you should talk to counsel, then you should definitely talk to counsel about what to do in that situation, because it's really easy to get on the wrong side of that due to you're not intending to do anything. It's not a shakedown. It's not anything like that. It is merely it's just normal socially acceptable conduct that suddenly turns into an ethical problem for you. So I wanted to kind of go over that. Yes, yes, sir.
I don't know if you use the term business associate or business. I'm not sure what the definition was there. But a fellow business person, a business relationship, I think might be the word. Can you help define that? What would that mean? What is it?
I will give a more precise definition following this. As I recall, it is somebody that you actually are employed with or owns a company with you.
That's okay. Thank you.
Yes. So, but again, yeah, that's right. I mean, it would have to have a common, almost there's a common beneficial relationship there where it's helping them and it's helping you. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's turn to what are called sunshine laws. For those that don't know, sunshine laws, they're called sunshine laws because what is sunshine? It is the ultimate disinfectant, right? And so our state, I've dealt with the laws in several states. Our state has one of the more aggressive pro disclosure sets of sunshine laws in the United States. And we require a lot of things to be public, and we require a lot of things to be public records, and we require our meetings to be open. Not every state is as aggressively open pro sunshine as the state of Ohio is. But let's talk first of all a little bit about public records. Public records apply to your office. That's important. It's also important to note that a record exists on a fixed medium. Okay, that means notes, that means emails, that means texts, that means documents that are in existence, and that they must document the activities of the office. A birthday card, not a public record. Okay, it's in your possession. It's on a fixed medium, but it's not the business of the school district. All right. So that would be records of notes from calls, uh, records from board meetings. I served on a commission in the town that I live in, and we were told at the very beginning it was a land use strategy committee, pretty benign stuff, really. And we were just there to advise our city council and my community. And we were told from the very beginning, rightly so, please retain any notes that you keep during a meeting. Those notes are a public record. And so I dutifully went back to my office and started a file and put all my notes from the meetings in it. And so you should do that as well. You should retain all of your notes, and your notes are actually documenting public business on a fixed medium, and therefore they are a public record. Um, and Now, a record does not document activities of the office that is purely personal. Again, thank you notes, things like that, not going to be a public record. Although I've seen people disclose them in public records requests, they're not required to. Um, the other thing that is important is that records, a public record is something that has to be used. And this is very important. Let me give you an example. Suppose you're on your computer and you're going to write the superintendent an email, and maybe you weren't happy with them that day, and you draft the email, and like all wise people, there was some emotional tone to it, and so as a result of that, you thought, I'm going to put that in my draft folder, and I'm going to send that in the morning, and you wake up and you say, I don't know what I was thinking. That was really stupid. I'm not going to send that. I'm not going to conduct the business of the district in that way. That draft is not being used, and that draft is not a public record. So until you hit send and start making it sort of in the stream of commerce, if you will, or the stream of communication, your private drafts of things are not public records, and so they are exempted from that. So you should just to let you know, keep your records for a reasonable period of time. I recommend probably through your term of office would be, and then if you're going to purge them, which I mean, eventually you got to, right? And so I would briefly, ask counsel whether it's safe to delete them or not as a part of a standard policy. As long as you have some cover if you're going through a standard policy at a date certain and saying everything prior to a certain date, we're going we're going to do that. We're just going to purge that, but don't do that without advice of counsel. And we'll be happy to do that very, very quickly for you. So that's something that's very important. Um, that is just an overview of reminding you that the documents that you work with are public records. And pretty much anybody in the public can come in at any time in any way and ask for a public record. Just to let they can pick up the phone and they can call the office and say, I want this. That's actually a legally acceptable way to ask for records. Boy, we'd all prefer that it's an exquisitely drafted email that sets forth everything they want with precision in it in terms of the drafting, but we just don't get that all the time, and therefore they are entitled to that. Now there are exceptions to public records, and there are federal statutes. There's a statute called FERPA, which protects the privacy of the students and others. There are other privacy statutes that are out there that protect things. And so what will happen is if there's a public records request, and if it's the minutes from a meeting, it's going to get produced right away. If it is documentation about something potentially sensitive, then what normally happens is it gets referred to counsel. We've done this, and they look at it, and then potentially they have to redact any sensitive information that is protected, and only if it's protected from disclosure, because there are other laws that would be violated if that information were disclosed. And so that's another important element to public records. Finally, I just want to go over open meetings. Again, you're a public body, and you are all public officials serving on that public body, and your meeting should be public. Anything that is board business where you are uh, actively debating and actively, I should say, deliberating and actively voting and taking an action needs to be done in a meeting that has been properly noticed. I won't get into notice requirements; they're very technical and take a while, but it's properly noticed, and then you convene, and then you conduct the meeting. Um, Obviously, you do have to have proper notice in order to before you can have a meeting, and then you come in, you deliberate, and you vote. There is an exception to open meetings, and you'll become very familiar with it because of the sensitive nature of what you're dealing with often in terms of students and hopefully not any litigation, but it could be litigation. It could also be some sensitive personnel matters, and that's a concept of executive session. And you may go into executive session. You could go into executive session. Actually, it's preferred that executive session be put on your agenda, that you have it on your agenda, and that it actually articulates the specific reason why you're going into executive session, which is among a cafeteria of possible criteria that you select. You say, okay, it's a personnel matter, and oh, by the way, to talk to legal counsel regarding litigation. But there are other circumstances that you could go to executive session. You should only list those which are going to apply to that executive session. And so that is something that you have to do. It takes a majority vote in order to go to executive session. And we certainly know you guys do roll calls. We learned today, so you have lots of practice. It's going to take a roll call in order to go into it, and that's never been a problem here. You guys do lots of things by roll calls, which is great. So you go into executive session. Now, when you go into executive session, the law requires that you only talk about the item that you went into executive session about. At least the items on the agenda that are school business. That's what you need to do. And so you cannot take any actions during executive session. That's prohibited. You can't take a warm up vote in executive session. That's prohibited. You can gauge people's gauge where people are on an issue. Say, what do you feel about this? I would counsel you to not do a lot of crosstalk and debate back and forth, but expressing your feelings as an individual on that, just so that everyone knows where you particularly are and what you sketching out your impression, but more importantly to receive information so that you have and can know what's going on. Certainly in litigation, a lot of times you don't have to take any action on litigation, but you want to get briefed on it, and you want attorney-client privilege to remain intact. So you would want to discuss your litigation during executive session in order to retain that privilege. I want to ask any questions right now about that because that is kind of a topic that a lot of people like to talk about, and I think you actually are scheduled to go into one today later. So, yes.
I have a few.
Sure, go ahead.
When we go into executive session to review discipline, etc., a public official,
Yes, sir.
does that possibly include an elected official like a board member, or is a public official separate than that?
I think I'm gonna go right exactly to my notes. My notes say employee. So, and you could argue that an employee that you're also employees because you are paid for your service. So, I would say you I don't think that the law prohibits you from going into executive session to discuss that.
But we have no ability to fire or affect the pay or any other thing that is to the voters, correct?
You do not. Yeah.
So the next question is, you mentioned avoiding having discussions about cost. So if we're
Yeah,
in
go ahead.
executive
Go ahead.
session, we're in executive session and we're debating pay and pay increases, is that acceptable?
I think you can receive information about that. Yes, you can receive information. You can get a gauge, and you can say you can informally discuss getting kind of gauging the opinion of the board, but you cannot take an actual formal action to say that you support it or that you're voting in favor of it.
So could we create a spreadsheet and compare 3% to 5%?
Sure,
Different
sure,
numbers? Okay,
yeah,
great.
sure.
And then also actions in executive session. So can a board member be compelled to have to sign something in executive session?
I don't. I'm aware of what you're driving at. Let me put it this way. I think a board member signing a document is not actually a board action. So I don't think that that one of the I've thought about this issue. What I believe is that you wouldn't sign anything necessarily during your open meeting. Okay, that's not signing something is not a board action that you would do in public during a meeting. That's not what the legislature was trying to make sure was done in public. So if there was some signature that you were asked to provide, I'm not even sure that's the business of the executive session, to be honest.
Yeah, and so if you were compelled to sign it because the meeting will not go on unless you do, can you weigh in on that?
Well, if there's enough people that decide they don't want to go forward and have executive session, and you can always adjourn the executive session because they don't want to go forward. I mean, it's also the executive session is within the province of the 5 people in front of me. It is not within the province of anyone else. And if the 5 people in front of me, frankly, 3 of them, decide that the executive session is ended, it is ended. And then you come back here, and you're back on the back in public, and you're back in your meeting.
So there isn't a problem as far as you can tell if we're trying to conduct something important like an investigation and it is critical to our job and we are prohibited from participating unless we sign a document like a non-disclosure. You think that's foil? You think that's acceptable?
Well, I don't think that you can be compelled to do anything, honestly. I mean, I think the board has to determine what it individually wants to do. If you're talking about an NDA, I think that's a whole different issue. Off the top of my head and subject to revision when I consult with others, but off the top of my head, I don't think an NDA is a board decision. I think an NDA is an individual decision of 5 individual board members as far as whether they sign that or not. You don't sign an NDA as a board, and so I don't know what particular circumstances anyone would be requiring or not requiring you to sign that, but again, you certainly have the right to not continue with a session and say, look, I'll go back in when it's clear that I don't have to sign it. And it's up to those 5 different individuals to do that.
Okay. Last question on that. So as far as things that have to be kept confidential, if you
Yes.
have knowledge of a crime that is brought to you in executive session, is that confidential?
No, Not if it puts a student at risk. It's absolutely not. You have a duty to report that. You have a duty to report that either to children's services and or law enforcement, no matter when you receive it. You have no, it's just like if you go to a counselor and you disclose that a child is in harm, that counselor, no matter what kind of privilege they have, absolutely has to report that. And you have a duty, particularly when it's the situation with a kid involved where a kid is potentially abused. And abuse, folks, is a very broad definition, and I would encourage you, and I plead with you to notify law enforcement immediately. And frankly, if you do not notify them, you are subject to additional potential prosecution.
Thank you.
But that's a very important point. I'm glad you brought it up. Are there other questions regarding this? I want to look through my notes just to make sure I didn't miss anything because um, oh, there's a couple more things I want to talk about that I think Mr. Kirshner liked when I talked about them. Hey, be careful when you're in casual environments and more than two of you are together. And the definition of a meeting is that it is prearranged. So that creates, but if you knew that you were going to sit next to two of your colleagues at a Cruisers football game, and then you start talking about board business, you're prearranged to be there, and now you're starting to talk about board business, and that is an improperly noticed meeting, and it's a problem. And you should not do that. You should not discuss board. You have a quorum that's present, and you should not do that. Two people can discuss business, provided that it's not done in what's called a round robin, which is that you alternate back and forth and kind of weave around and effectively have a meeting by one communicating with one person, then one communicating with another, and you go around and you do that. That you need to be very careful about having a round robin. That doesn't mean that the superintendent can't call you and communicate individually with each of you on something that's on the agenda and give you background and explain things. But if you're actually basically holding a meeting amongst yourselves, that's a real problem, and you should not do that. I just wanted to provide you that admonition because it can easily happen. Hopefully you'll feel comfortable, or you're with you're at events together, and so just be wary of that. Any other questions?
No, thank you so much for
Okay.
coming. Stu.
Thank you very much.
Good stuff. All right, now we'll move on to item G, establish the meeting dates for the 2026 year. So Jamie passed around a updated calendar schedule. And do I have a motion to adopt this calendar? And do we have any discussion?
I move that we accept the calendar subject to establishment of the times.
A second. All right, let's go. Who has any comments on this days that they can't do? Are these days all right? This is the first and third Tuesday. I think Ashley shared that the third Tuesday is not good for her at all.
Yes, I have a prior commitment on the third Tuesday of each month.
So I would recommend that we change that maybe to the third Wednesday, if that's all right.
Is that time, is there a time on those dates that works for you, Ashley?
On Wednesday?
On
No,
Or on
even on
Tuesday.
Tuesday, your conflict, is that based on a certain evening time?
It's a PTA meeting, so it can go however long discussion goes. It's hard to say.
It starts when?
In person starts at 5. If it's virtual, it starts at 6.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and the one that was online had a 4 p.m. So is this the one that's on board docs is obsolete? Is that what I'm understanding? And this
James,
is,
can you
So
take,
this
I
is,
got the replacement. I just want to make sure. So we were proposing a 4 o'clock time.
yeah, I would like Jamie to answer that, please.
so this was our mistake. Kathy had given the schedule that I just copied and passed out to us, and I'd asked that to be duplicated onto the schedule, and that did not. It didn't list new and old business. Um, and the times we had talked about several different times, and I think my administrative assistant just plugged in the earlier time that we talked about. So this is a more accurate representation of what Kathy had asked us to have on the agenda.
Okay. I didn't know what you meant when you said earlier time. So that was earlier time that you guys discussed the 4 o'clock. Is that what it was? Just so I know who discussed what.
I guess we're asking for what times are good for everybody.
Wednesday wouldn't be a good date for me. I coach basketball.
Okay.
So can we just at this point keep the and I want to did we discuss with our administrators because I know before if we need to do a meeting we've called the special meeting if need be, but to have 2 meetings it's like every week they're just prepping for a meeting. Is there a reason why we're going to 2 meetings a month?
Well, I'd say from my part, the last board meeting you had in December went till 4 a.m. And also, when we have special meetings versus scheduled meetings, we end up limited on our ability to change the agenda because of notice. Where with a regular meeting, we are the superintendent, et cetera, are able to bring things that need handled quickly and without the holdup of the special meetings. And I think also if we establish times now that we can live with, we don't end up with last minute on the fly. Can we make this work? So, and also I would say that for me, I'd love to see us not need the second meeting. I think it's a placeholder. But if you look at the time now, it's 8:22, and we're not very far in. So, and that has been our dilemma. So, you know, I want us to see us be committed to respecting the time. I think our peace officer has left because he has to be up at 4:30 or 5:30. I know there's a lot of people in this room that are up very, very early, and I've been stuck for 2 years with the choice of not getting sleep, being exhausted, making decisions while I'm exhausted, or walking out and being left out of decisions. Those have been my choices for the past 2 years. We have had a handful of meetings that weren't eternal and exhausting. So this is what we did on the board before 18 years ago or so when we were having this issue is we scheduled the second meeting. We had it if we needed it, and we didn't if we didn't. So for me, feel very strongly about getting this on the schedule for those reasons. I'd also like to see if we can start this before 7. I mean, we did have a meeting at 4 o'clock, and we were out at 6:30, and it was just one of the most joyous meetings I've had as far as leaving here not exhausted, having to have a regular dinner, and that kind of thing. So I'd love to see us start the meetings early and manage them to a reasonable time. And when that doesn't work because we have great debates and lots of input, then we simply end the meeting at a reasonable time and carry the remaining business forward to the next meeting and not have to sit and debate what day works for everybody, which I also don't do very well on the fly. It's hard for me to sit here and tell you what's happening in 2 weeks. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Latoya, do you have any other comments on?
I do.
Thank
So I think that's great that you guys had a 4 o'clock meeting. However, that wasn't good for our constituents. 4 o'clock, it's not reasonable. Most folks work during the day or they have students. My kids get off the bus at 4. So how can we be here at 4? So I think it's great that you guys had that meeting early and did those things, but that wasn't advantageous for majority of our constituency. So I would definitely like for us to keep the later meeting. We do have 3 parents on the board, so if kids are getting home at 4, we at least want to get them something to eat. I understand you want to get home for dinner, but we want to leave dinner so they can get ready for school and be great cruisers the next day and then be present for the meeting. So I definitely think 7, no more than 6:30. 6:30 is still pushing it, but when you have especially elementary school students, it is kind of hard to get here earlier. I like the idea, but just being transparent with busing and having kids. So, and then we also have some of our other staff that may be with students who work in elementary and things like that, and they may need to be here. Not everyone is actually at the DSC. Um, so just want us to consider those things when we're looking at a time.
Okay, so given all that, what time is it that you would like to
I
start?
said 6:30 or 7.
6:30?
I said the earliest 6:30, but I
6:30?
really 7 is what I'm asking for. But I will try to compromise for 6:30, but that is pushing it.
6:30 and,
But
Are-
7 is my preference. It's
Okay,
not
7's your
6:30.
preference.
7 is my preference.
okay, and are the dates Tuesdays all right, or Wednesdays? Which, do you have a preference on dates?
I would like to just keep the one Tuesday, technically the first Tuesday how we've had it, and if anything is a compromise, consider doing every other month with a special meeting to start out. So not January and February, and we're looking into as we get into August. We've got back to school. Where July date stands, we probably need to switch those days and not have that day because that's a holiday weekend, or everyone's coming off the holiday and maybe off work. Um, so just wants to kind of look at the dates as they are if we're going to go through the calendar.
So you're looking at the first Tuesday as your preferred date.
Correct.
Okay. Deanna, do you have a time preference or date preference?
I can do 6:30.
I'm
Can
going to
you-
weigh in one more time. We've been here twice, and I appreciate what you're saying, Latoya, but the process has been totally abused. If you look at the number of meetings we had, it's ridiculous. And the hours we put in, it's ridiculous to think, in my opinion, that we do not need 2 meetings. And I think today is just absolute proof of this. We're not even into, we're nowhere near, we're just getting started. And so here's the thing. If you schedule the second one, I don't want to do it. Nobody here wants to do it, but it gives us a relief valve. It gives us a way because the special meetings, I can't tell you how many times people's ideas or whatever have been left out because, oh, we already set the agenda. It's been out this far in advance. You have to be very specific about special meetings where we have a lot of flexibility in our regular meetings. So I would really encourage us to just pick a second day that works for everybody, put it on the books. It hurts nothing, but I tell you what special meetings do because they limit us on our abilities to do things, and we're also then operating on the fly. And it would also eliminate probably special meetings that people get left out of as much as possible. If we can set the dates, agree to the dates, I'm sure we're going to have some vacations and some times, but if we pick times between the 5 of us that work for both of these days, then it's going to be so much easier. And we're not going to have the bad feelings that we had from some of the special meetings where,
Okay.
it just
Thank you,
felt like
John.
we weren't considered.
Thank you, John. Um, Deanna, were you finished?
Yes. thank
Ashley, do you
Yes.
have a date and time preference?
I mean, I cannot do the third Wednesday, so we could potentially, or third Tuesday, sorry, potentially do the first and second if we're doing 2 meetings, or the first and the fourth. And I'm free anytime after 3:30.
Did you say you cannot do the third Wednesday or
Third Tuesday.
third Tuesday? Okay, but the fourth Tuesday is better, or the second Tuesday?
Yes.
And Deanna had said that she has coaching conflicts on Wednesday, correct? Thank you.
Correct.
Okay. So,
So now I'm going to let you know what my dates are. Okay, I would prefer earlier, better. What was your time? What was your preferred time?
I can do anytime after 3:30.
Anytime after 3:30. Okay, so my preferred time is as early as possible. And I appreciate wanting to look out for your constituents, but the constituents I have, I don't see any constituents here, by the way. My thoughts are more for the staff and for us to make sound, logical decisions and be fresh and be making the best choices for the district. And I don't think that's happening when we're here for 5 hours or we're here until 9 o'clock. Several of us, has two of us at least, have businesses, and we're up at 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm up very early, and being here until 9 o'clock. That's my bedtime a lot of times, if during kidding season and that. So earlier is better. But I do appreciate you wanted to watch out for the constituents, but I think we got to watch out for the board. It is the board meeting, and these meetings are online. There's nobody here. They watch it online. It's fine. But we're going to have to come to a consensus on. John, are you okay with the the fourth Tuesday? The first and fourth? Is everybody okay with the first and fourth Tuesday? Or the first and second Tuesday? Oh, Latoya, you only want one meeting, right? And look, Deanna, did you comment on that at all? That having one or two meetings? And let me just say before you do, is that I thought very, very long and hard. I've been sitting here for 6 years, and it is a cluster. And if we can have new business, and then if we don't get it all done, put it on at 9:30 or a 9 o'clock deadline. If we don't get it done, we put it on as old business on the next following meeting, and just get it done. And I think we'll be making better decisions. We'll be fresher. It'll be better overall.
Okay, so two things. The first thing is about constituents not being here to attend the meetings. I think there are a lot of reasons for that. I think the length of time the meetings go discourage people from wanting to be here and participating. But if we change the time to a time that conflicts with their work obligations, I think we're moving them from the process. Now, as far as adding a meeting, if it creates a burden for our staff, I am against that.
So I think more of a burden is for our staff to be here until 11, 12. That we used to have, when I first started the board, we had 2 meetings a month. We always had 2 meetings a month.
No, I agree with the length of the meeting. Going too long and creating a burden for our staff. They shouldn't be here like all night waiting on us, but also they shouldn't spend every week planning for this meeting.
Well, the goal would be to cancel a meeting. Just because you have it on the schedule doesn't mean you have to have the meeting. If it's for old business, but we've got through everything, then at that meeting we would cancel the second meeting. We would not even have it. So ultimately, that would be our goal. But having special meetings has created problems. First, you have to try and schedule it. So now you're going through this again. And then if you forget to put something on the agenda, or somebody has something that's last minute, or the superintendent even has an emergency thing he needs on it, he can't put it on the agenda because it's a special meeting. So that's the only reason, in my opinion, would be to recommend having two. But the goal would be to only have one meeting a month.
I think as a board, if we worked together a little better and became more efficient at the meetings and the time that we do have, I think we would be able to accomplish more with less time and not need a second meeting.
I agree. I know that other boards have 45-minute meetings. I know other boards have 1 hour meetings, hour-and-a-half meetings, but it isn't unusual to have a 2 or 3 hour meeting when there are important items on the agenda. As I've already stated, let's try to prove that concept, but let's not lock us in like we have the past few years in all these special meetings, because we haven't achieved that. We had a few moments where we were able to create a few shorter agendas and that kind of thing, but overall, it's not been successful. So again, I'll reiterate what Kathy said, and that is, I don't think we're making great decisions at 1 o'clock in the morning, and I know I'm often mentally and physically exhausted. It's not good for my health. So, I just put it on the calendar, and I think we all agree that we would rather not do it. But right now, we're doing good to have a 4-hour board meeting, and so what's the difference in having two-hour board meetings and 4 or 5-hour board meetings, or 2.5-hour board meetings versus a 5 or 6, et cetera, et cetera. I can multiply it out many ways, but I can tell you, for me, physically and mentally, and for the way we look professionally to the community, it's a huge difference. And if you look at the city of Groveport, great example. They're meeting twice. They have sometimes before their main meeting, they have committees of the whole. They're spending the time, but they're spreading it out more. And I can't imagine any argument that says we shouldn't, because it basically what I'm hearing is we take 2 hours and 15 minutes to run a 2 mile, and we're going as hard as we can. But let's just tell ourselves we're going to do it next year in 15 minutes. That's what I'm hearing. We need to crawl, walk, and run. This gives us a chance to start crawling and use time more efficiently, and also the time that we use preparing. If you have an information packet here that's this thick or this thick and you don't get through it, that gives you that much more time to be prepared for the next meeting. So thank you.
Just quick question. What would stop us from just having 2 long meetings?
Nothing, because my experience since I've been on the board in 2020, we did have the 2 meetings, and they did go 4 hours. I'm looking at the YouTube, and if we go all the way back to 2020, we did have 2 meetings a month, and they were going just as long. So that was the reason why the board did go to the 1 meeting. So we just sucked it up the one time. Staff wasn't here for the 5-8 hours. And then if we needed to add on something because it was something specific, we did make sure it was specific, so we weren't having a long meeting. So that information is available on our YouTube stream live, and I'm pretty sure any of the archive files you'll be able to see the timestamps for that.
I have an answer for that question specifically, Deanna. When my phone goes off at 9:30 tonight and it is set, the alarm, I will make the motion that we adjourn and to continue the business the next meeting. And I believe that will happen. I hope it would happen. That is how. But at the same time, I can promise you we're not going to be through all this by 9:30. So, and I think that's kind of typical. What we have to get better at is looking at all the stuff that's in here and being realistic about what we can get through. Forming it is a big part of it, right? It's like the 6-mile run versus the 2-mile run. We know our limitations and what we can get through, and we are not the fastest or most efficient, and we do deliberate, which is really good, actually. We explain to the public why we are making our decisions, so that's not a bad thing, and you don't want to rush through that portion where the public understands the reason for our votes and what we are trying to accomplish. So to answer your question, I'll be frank. If I'd made the motion in the last board for the last 2 years, which I've tried, they just keep going. They'd run me over. They didn't care. I think this board cares.
Ashley, do you have a question?
I was just gonna say, it's clear we're not all gonna agree. Can we just decide on some dates and make a vote?
So, yeah, and I will say that the calendars wrote really clear that it would be new business and old business. We would have to commit to that. So I make a motion that we accept the 2026 calendar for the first and second Tuesday at 5:30 p.m. Do I have a second?
All right, okay, so that puts a real tight time between the two. Is there a reason that we'd rather do that versus spreading them out? And did you just say you can't do Tuesdays?
I can't do 5:30. That's a work
Oh,
day.
I see.
So how are we doing a 5:30?
Can you do 6?
I can do. I told you 6:30 was the earliest I could do,
6.
and 7 was my preference. Just
Okay, well then
because-
I changed my motion to the
So-
first and second Tuesday, and the reason we're not doing the 3rd is because we have a board member who cannot make it that day at 6 p.m. That's a motion. The first and second Tuesday. The first meeting would be for new business. The second meeting would be for old business as it is shown on the calendar.
I cannot do
have a
6
second?
p.m. Just for the record, Mr. Treasurer, I cannot do 6 p.m.
I thought you said you could do 6.
I said 6:30 is what I've been saying the whole time. I've not ever said 6. I said 6:30. The preference will be 7, just with traffic and things like that.
I will second the motion first. And are you going to make that a point of the first and third? Can you do, or do you want to do that?
My preference would be 7, so that's what I said. But that was her motion, so I was waiting for her to finish her motion, and then I'll go from there. But I wanted it for the record what I originally stated as far as my availability. But thank you, Mr. Kirshner.
Okay. You have a motion for 6 o'clock, Kathy, are the first and third Tuesdays, is that correct?
She said first and second
second.
Tuesday. At
I
6
thought you
p.m.
modified that, did you not?
No, first and second.
So right now the motion is first and second Tuesday of each month at 6 p.m.
I said 6:30.
Oh, Kathy changes to 6:30 p.m.
Okay.
Okay, so first and second Tuesday of each month at 6:30 p.m. I got Kathy as a first.
Well, you know, 6:30 is like 7. It's just I cannot.
What? I'm sorry, did you say 6:30 is like 7?
It is. It's just we're just all the way back there again.
Oh,
I'm gonna make the motion for first and second, third Tuesday at 6 p.m. Thank you. If you want to change, make
I
a
will
motion
second.
to amend, make a motion to amend.
First and second Tuesday of each month at 6 p.m. First by Kathy, second by John. And Latoya, I do have noted that you cannot do 6 p.m. with family and drive to.
My job. That is the
My job,
reason.
yeah,
Thank you.
Okay. Are we ready for a roll call? Any other discussion?
I just want to clarify.
Is this on the
Do
amending?
you
it?
work from home or do you work in the office?
I do both. So I'm
Do-
actually at the medical center as well. So I do work for the VA hospital. So I'm not always at home. So
No, you're fine. I was just confused. I was like, you said you got them off the bus at 4, so I wasn't sure. Like,
well, no, I
if
said
you-
they get off the bus. I
Okay.
didn't say I get them off the bus. I said they get off the bus.
No, you're fine. I just wanted clarification.
What is that?
Okay. So again, the motion right now is first and second Tuesday of each month at 6 p.m. And look, I have noted the Latoya can't do 6 p.m. with her their job.
Motion to amend? Do you
No.
have a motion to amend?
Sure, I can make it a motion to amend. I would like to change that to 7 p.m.
So I'm adding a motion.
Is there a second?
Is there a second?
Second.
May I ask why we went from the best I can do is 6:30 to now we're going fighting?
I said
over
my
6?
preference was 7 p.m. The minimum was 6:30, Mr. Kirshner, just for clarification. So the preference was always 7, just with work and schedules with the children. And I said 6:30 at a minimum. I've said that multiple times this evening.
Okay.
And even when we did the organizational meeting, that's why I was at 6:30 at a minimum, and I was still pushing it to get here.
So,
And I got here at 6.
okay, so for clarification, what committee meetings have we had this last year and when?
They've been as if we didn't have any this year, but you mean this school year?
Right, like
Student
the
advisory, parent
parental
advisory.
advisory
Those were
committee.
like 6.
When
7.
did the parental advisory committee meet?
It was 6:30, 7 o'clock. It was not
6:30. And then the student advisories were usually during the day at 11.
Yep.
11 a.m. Is that correct? 11 a.m.
somewhere. It just whatever their cruiser time was. What is that? Do we know what the cruiser time is for the? It was whatever the cruiser time was at the high school.
And were you able to attend those?
I was.
Okay, thank you.
Deanna, you had a question?
No, I just wanted to make a statement that
Okay.
if we were considering my basketball schedule and Ashley's schedule, I just also want to take into consideration Latoya's schedule.
Thank you.
Okay, so right now I have an amended motion, first by Latoya, second by Mrs. Herbert, where it's the first and second Tuesday at 7 p.m. each month. Is that correct?
That's, her motion is to amend, yes.
Okay, all right, so we'll vote on that one. So the motion we're voting on right now is is Latoya first, Deanna second. It's the first and second Tuesday, but have a time at 7 p.m.
I'm sorry, how is that?
The
How is
motion
that
down the
first?
floor, John, is to amend my motion, and Latoya has a second. So we're gonna do roll call on the motion to amend from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m.
Correct.
Can you take the roll, please?
Correct. All right, so again, this is at 7 p.m. Mrs. Walsh,
No.
Ms. Zimmer,
No.
Mrs. Herbert,
Yes.
Mrs. Dauterberger,
Aye.
and Mr. Kirschner.
I cannot hear, Ms. Zimmer.
Ms. Zimmer
No.
said no.
No.
So now we have the original motion, which is for the
Correct.
first and second Tuesday at 6 p.m. Could you
Correct.
take the roll, please?
I would like to make another motion to amend for 6:30 p.m.
We have another motion to amend. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Adam, can you take so the motion now is to amend the first and second Tuesday, 6 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Adam, can you take the roll call, please?
Yeah, so now the motion is first and second Tuesday at, sorry, I'm just trying to type this out, 6:30 p.m. of each month. And that was first by Latoya, second by Deanna. And again, this
That
is,
was Ashley.
or sorry. Oh, Ashley seconded? 6:30?
Yes.
Sorry. I was typing, sorry.
It's
All right, first by Latoya, second by Ashley for 6:30. All right, we'll do roll call on that one. Mrs. Walsh,
No.
Mrs. Zimmer,
Yes.
Mrs. Herbert,
Yes.
Mrs. Dauterberger,
Yes.
and Mr. Kirschner.
Yes.
Okay, so it's 6:30, first and the second Tuesday of each month.
Awesome.
Okay. And the first motion we do not need to vote on.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
So the next item is H, memberships.
Power.
And we have membership to the Ohio School Board Association. It is recommended that the Board of Education renew its membership with the OSBA, including subscriptions to the annual briefcase and the annual school management news for the following cost. And that's listed in our agenda.
Point of order. I have, did we reorganize the, agenda because I have regular meetings. I have the schedule and then going right into, standing authorizations. Okay. Okay.
So right now we're on H.
Thank you.
Page 5 of 6. Is it 5 of 6? No, 5 of 8. Page 5 of 8, John.
I think so.
We just finished. Finished this.
I think what happened was I turned back to the calendar.
Are you okay, Deanna, to go on with the meeting, or do you want to read? Yeah, okay.
Your power.
Did you find it, John?
Thank you, Jane.
John, did you find where we were at? Yes, okay.
Thank you.
So do we have a second for the renewal of the Ohio School Board Association membership?
Who was first? Who's your first? Okay, Kathy was first. Need a second?
So moved.
Any questions or comments? If you could call the roll call, please.
Ms. Walsh,
Yes.
Ms. Zimmer,
Yes.
Ms. Herbert,
Yes.
Ms. Dauterberger,
Aye.
and Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
On to number 2, under memberships, we have membership in the Legal Assistant Fund. I thought we just did that in the September.
If we just did that, we can go ahead and do this one. And if we just did it, obviously we won't pay them twice. But usually it's done at this time of year. So go ahead and do the vote. But if we've already done it, then obviously we'll just pay them one time.
Okay, great. So it's recommended that the Groveport Madison School Board of Education join the Ohio School Board Association Legal Assistance Fund at the cost of $250.
So moved.
And did I understand that that bill isn't coming through till like third, fourth quarter? Is that what you're saying?
No, she thinks we did this last month, and I don't recall someone saying we can vote on this, and I'll make sure I can pay it once, of course.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So I have a first from Latoya. A second.
It was Ashley second.
Oh, Ashley second. Okay, sorry.
Latoya first, Ashley second.
All right.
Could you do roll call?
Mrs. Walsh.
Aye.
Ms. Zimmer.
Yes.
Ms. Herbert.
Yes.
Ms. Duttenberger.
Aye.
And Mr. Kirsten.
On to item I, resolution for the waiver of reading of the minutes, in accordance with section 3313.26 of the ORC, waive the reading of the minutes from the previous minutes. We have a motion.
I so move.
Second.
John first, Toy second. Any questions?
I just have a comment. If everyone can do their best to speak clearly and into the microphone, I'm not seeing a lot of the votes that are happening, so I appreciate it. It's not showing up on the closed captioning either. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Mrs. Walsh.
Aye.
Mrs. Zimmer.
Yes.
Mrs. Herbert.
Yes.
Mrs. Duttenberger.
Aye.
And Mr. Kirsten.
Aye.
On to item J, adoption of standing authorizations to enable the treasurer and the superintendent to carry out necessary duties involving operation, finance, and purchasing. It is recommended that the Board of Education grant the following standing authorization for calendar year 2026. Please see the attachments. Do I have a motion to approve those?
I so move.
John first.
John first, is there a second? So we can discuss, we need a
Second.
second. Thank you, Ashley, second. On to discussion. And I know the treasurer and superintendent have a couple questions, and can we start with them and then we'll move to the board members? Thank you.
If really quickly, can you send the original standing authorizations? I have the revised, if I could have what the original one was, please.
The original from
From you.
from last year's board meeting.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So
1 minute, did you send those in?
she wants me to send them to her.
Hmm?
She wants me to send me last year's state
Oh,
authorization
okay,
to her.
yep.
So the state authorizations came out late last week from Kathy. I emailed a couple big changes yesterday, and Ashley and Kathy got back to me real quick, and so I did make those changes and the state authorizations with the big one was authorized signatures on checks. So I am authorized to sign all checks. So that's on the ones that are at your desk, and also your high revised code sections for investments. So that's what I printed out, and that's what's at your desk, and I was also able to get it on board docs before the meeting started. So that's been updated with the ones that are at your desk. You guys all have a copy of these at your desk. So that was the two additions that I had. Obviously, the signature for checks was very important for payroll and for paying checks. The only other thing I noted, Mr. Groove sent out something today about questioning, and I reread the state authorizations that are here, and I think we have some clarity now. But the contract execution, how it reads now, I just make sure it's clear how it reads now. It says routine contracts may only be executed only by a licensed or hired director of prison services, and I just want to make sure that the superintendent treasurer obviously can hopefully still sign contracts during the normal course of business. I want to make sure that I get board approval to do that because that's very important. Like we had a contract last week, we had to sign for curriculum. If we don't have that opportunity, then it's going to hold up.
And
the
that
organization.
authorization is only applies to the business manager. So it says when, it's really only to apply to the business manager.
Okay. I just make sure the board understands that. So with me as superintendent sign a contract tomorrow, we're okay. So I don't know if we can change this or say that, or I just want to get approval from the board.
I think we should amend it so it's
Yeah, I
clear.
Amend
It
it.
needs to be amended so it's clear on what we voted on. Because that's why I was trying to see. I didn't get a chance to. I was pulling up, reading all the emails that came in today, but was trying to go back and look at what was last year, what the big differences were. Because Jamie's questions or list was a little alarming, this afternoon, right before the meeting, after going through everything. So.
Any other comments?
I have technical difficulty. My closed captioning is not working. My computer's kind of frozen. So,
Do we need to take a short recess so you can get that fixed?
I don't know. He's pretty miraculous. I think he'll be done in 46 seconds, right? If it pleases the board.
So moved. I'll second that motion for recess if we need to. John?
So 5-minute recess.
Yes, 5-minute recess. Take a roll call.
Who first?
Everybody
Just
agree? Anybody
the
opposed?
recess is for the amount of time needed to reboot or whatever.
And,
Yeah,
and it's
okay.
first by Kathy, second by Latoya.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Mrs. Walsh,
Aye.
Ms. Zimmer,
Aye.
Mrs. Herbert,
Aye.
Mrs. Dellenberger,
Aye.
and Mr. Kirschner.
And I just want to formally apologize to the board for breaking the internet.
8:56 p.m.
after 9:05, we're back from the recess, and we can continue on with the standing authorizations. I will say Mr. Tugent made one change here to item C1 for the superintendent and the treasurer's request, and that is under, it will read, routine operational contracts may be executed by the superintendent or the treasurer or by a licensed Ohio Director of Business Services only when. So, and everything else reads the same.
Thank you.
With the changes, can I ask where these changes came from? Who wrote these? Especially there's the new part. Is just my question is there's part 2 governance limitations and controls. That's new. So just curious, where did this template come from?
Yeah, so they were sent to me some were sent to me by Mr. Kirschner, and those were put in and reformatted just so it's easier to read. And that's what I did, the reformatting, so that we have the treasurers in one section, the superintendent in another section, and added some governance ones. And
Can you expound a little bit more on the governance and the
percent.
purpose of part 2 on that a little bit more, just so we have that because this is new for the board?
Okay, could you point me to exactly which one you're asking about?
Part 2, for you to explain it as it's new to the document and for the board.
Part 2, is there a specific one? That
The
you want?
entire part 2.
Oh, the entire part 2. Okay. So there seemed to be a lot of problems that we had last year with governance, and these were sent in because some of them were sent in because that individual will have to speak for himself because they were just sent by Mr. Kirschner. And just to make sure that we have a consistent policy on what our authorizations are as a president, as a vice president, as an individual board member. Do you want to talk about it at all, Mr. Kirschner?
I'm sorry, I didn't have my mic on. At this point, I do not want to read through it. I would move that we accept it as presented. I think some of the most important items, as I recall, were regarding licensure, and I think that simply follows the law, where an unlicensed individual does not have authority to directly bring financial estimates, et cetera, to the board. That's supposed to travel through the superintendent or the treasurer. There's a license in place for that purpose, and if the person doesn't have that, then there's a different flow, and that has been addressed here. The other are simply, I believe, giving clarity to some of the board roles, and clarity, for instance, to day-to-day operations and what that actually means, because our current policy states that the board will not be involved in day-to-day operations, and that is one of the most ridiculous false things. Almost all the policy that we put in place has an effect on day-to-day operations. So it clears up the language to say that we aren't taking responsibility for day-to-day operations and giving that to the superintendent, but is clarifying the fact that board policy does in fact affect day-to-day operations. So that language was not at all clean, because it was saying we won't affect day-to-day operations. In fact, we certainly will by cell phone policies, etc.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Kirschner. And I would say that, I don't see anything wrong with anything of this. The superintendent, I believe, did have a couple questions or a couple things he wanted to change. And do you want to address this?
Yeah, I didn't make any recommendations for change. I was looking for, our goal is, as a board, set standards. We want to be able to meet those expectations. And so I had a series of questions. For instance, under Part 2D, no implied authority. And it says that any action lacking explicit board approval shall be deemed unauthorized. I can go through examples, but what does that mean? Any action lacking explicit board action shall be deemed unauthorized.
I guess unless, the way I see it, unless the policy allows certain actions to be made and conducted by um, staff members, which there are certainly, we have some policies, that anything else would need board approval.
But-
That's how I read it.
but
If you would like that
these are
one
the-
taken
these are
out,
the-
we can accommodate probably.
These are the standing authorizations that give, the board sets policy and approves budgets. And the standing authorizations give authority to Mr. Collier and me to be able to implement and do those. So I'm just, again, I'm not trying to be difficult. I want to understand so we can be successful. Part 2 is talking about governance, limits, and controls. And it talks about board authority, and then it talks about no implied authority. And again, I wasn't intending to read this line by line. I just think we need clarification. What are we actually allowed to do and when we can do it?
And that's what I was asking for it to be explained because it was a new ad, Ms. Walsh. That's the only reason why I asked.
So are you asking for that item 2 to be removed? Item D2 to be removed? That can be removed.
No, I was just trying to understand before I made any of those motions, Ms. Walsh. I didn't want to jump to making motions to remove or redact this document. I wanted clarification as it was new. So that's all I was doing, was asking for what you put in here just to explain because I wasn't understanding how it was written. And then Mr. Grube had further questions that he just brought up that align, and it was also in the email that we received this afternoon that go with this. We're just making sure so we're successful.
I move that we move this to the next regular scheduled meeting as
We
it's
can't
9/11.
How about if we do this? How about, John, I'm sorry to cut you off. It's just so late already. How about if I move that we approve part 1 as presented with the change that we made, with the amended change tonight,
To see.
and that we move part 2 to our next regular meeting. That will give all board members, the superintendent, time to further review it.
I withdraw my motion and second your motion.
So I'm adding a motion here, and this is Kathy. Is
Does anybody have any questions about that motion?
move part 2.
Can you do roll call please on that motion?
And that's first by Kathy, second by John.
Correct.
First
And
by
just
Kathy.
to clarify, you want any modifications to be sent to you before the next board meeting?
For part 2.
For part 2.
Yes.
So we're still doing, so just be clear, the motion is, we're doing part 1. We are changing C1 to make sure it says superintendent treasurer can sign routine contracts, but then part 2 we're removing. But then get Mrs. Walsh any of your changes to her for the next meeting. And then it's first by Kathy, second by John. Okay. All right. Anything else before we do roll?
I think we're good.
All right, Mrs. Walsh,
Yes.
Mrs. Zimmer,
Yes.
Mrs. Herbert,
Yes.
Mrs. Doppelberger,
Aye.
and Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Okay. There you go.
Okay,
And then the first motion, the very first motion,
We'll
we
withdraw
don't
the
need a
first
vote on that.
motion.
Okay.
the first motion withdrawal. And now I make a motion to adjourn the organizational meeting.
Well, you gotta do the appointments real quick. You gotta
Pardon?
do the appoint delegates. You gotta do that real fast.
I didn't think of that.
Yeah, it shouldn't take long.
Is there a reason we need to appoint delegates at
Oh,
this
I'm
meeting?
sorry. Yeah.
Is there anything happening before the next meeting that would prevent us from just
Yeah,
doing
we
it
can do
then,
it.
Adam? Yeah,
I don't think so, but I mean, it shouldn't.
There
take
is
long.
information that does come out from OSBA once those individuals are
That's true.
appointed.
Yeah, we have to let
It
the
does.
OSBA know.
So if we want to get the information, like with the legislative
And it shouldn't take too
liaison,
long, hopefully.
Yeah, we'll just do it real quick.
Good. It's a
So-
K1.
We recommend
Oh, actually, it's me. I got it. The treasurer recommends that the Groveport Madison School Board of Education appoint a delegate and alternate for the annual business meeting scheduled November 2026. So I need,
I would like to nominate myself as the delegate.
And I will nominate myself for delegate as well.
Okay.
So we have
Latoya and Kathy and nominate themselves.
Latoya.
I would like to nominate myself as well, and just say that it's not been spread out very well. I think some other people should get some opportunities within the OSBA. Thank you.
And John. And
Okay, so
I would like, do we?
well,
do
we
the-
need a delegate and then we need an alternative. So we have 3 people that want to be the delegates, correct?
It sounds that way, yes.
I'm sorry. I withdraw and would like to be an alternate. Thank you.
Okay.
Is anybody else wanting to be an alternate? All right, do we take a vote on this, right? Can we take a vote on, roll call for, did we have a second for Latoya for nomination?
Second.
And do we have a second for Kathy as the alternate, I mean, as the, delegate for the OSBA?
Second.
So could you call roll call, please, for Latoya Dowdover for the delegate?
Well, I think we can only have 1 delegate and 1 alternative.
Well, we have a vote. We have 2 people who want to be the
Yeah,
delegate.
correct. Yeah, I'm gonna get this done.
So the first vote will be for Latoya.
Okay, so the first vote is for
Ms. Dowdover.
Ms. Delberger. Who seconded that?
Dion.
Yeah, yeah, sorry.
Herbert.
Yep. All right. So this is for Latoya to be the delegate. Roll call. Mrs. Walsh.
For Ms.
This is for
Dowdover.
Mrs. Delberger.
No.
Mrs. Zimmer.
No.
Mrs. Herbert.
Yes.
Mrs. Delberger.
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner.
No.
Okay. So
Yeah.
that was for Kathy. Now motion is for. Sorry, that was Latoya. Now we're motioning for Kathy to be the delegate. Roll call. Mrs. Walsh.
Yes.
Mrs. Zimmer.
Yes.
Mrs. Herbert.
No.
Mrs. Delberger.
No.
And Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Okay. So that motion that was done. So Kathy is the delegate, and then I need a motion and for alternate John.
And I would like to nominate myself for alternate as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Himself for alternative. Okay. So we are going to do. We'll do John first. I think here's the next motion. Toya. All right, so the first motion we will do is John. John nominated himself for the alternate, sorry, and for the annual business meeting, and that was John first, and then Kathy second for John. Okay. We'll take a vote now. Mrs. Walsh.
Aye.
Mrs. Zimmer.
Aye.
Mrs. Herbert.
No.
Mrs. Dotterberger.
No.
And Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Now the fourth motion where Latoya nominates herself. I still want to do the vote. Latoya first, Gianna second, correct? And then take the vote, Ms. Walsh.
Could you restate that?
Sorry, this is
I don't want
Latoya as the alternate.
So, we have, Kathleen Walsh will be the delegate and John Kirshner will be the alternate
Correct. But there's still a motion on the table that I think we have to vote on.
for Latoya.
For the
Is-
alternate.
Are there 2 alternates?
No, there's only one, but there's still a motion on the table.
But one has already been elected.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, you can go ahead and do
All right, Mrs. Walsh.
No.
Mrs. Zimmer.
No.
Mrs. Herbert.
Yes.
Mr. Kirschner, or sorry, Mrs. Delberger.
Yes.
And Mr. Kirschner.
No.
Okay, so motion fails. Okay, sorry. There was just a motion on the table. Okay, so that one's done. All right. Motion 8K2, the Groveport Madison School Board of Education appoints the following board members to serve as we need a legislative liaison and a student achievement liaison. So legislative liaison first, please. Do we have any nominations?
So open nominations up. Do I have any nominations for the legislative.
I would like to nominate Latoya.
Okay.
I need that repeated, all of it. I'm sorry.
This is for the legislative liaison for the OSBA. And Mrs. Herbert nominated Latoya.
And nominations are still open. Is there anyone else interested in being a
Legislative.
legislative?
I nominate Ashley.
Ashley.
Okay.
So we have Ms. Dowdellberger and Ashley Zimmer. Are there any other nominations?
Can I just ask a question? Can the
Yes.
same person be both? Or is it two separate?
Yes, the
Same
same
person
person
can do
can do both. You mean both the student liaison and the legislative liaison?
Yes. Okay, so
Yes.
first vote. Okay, anybody else? Any other nominations? for
Your
legislative?
question again was, can they do both or is it
Yes.
separate?
Can they do both?
They can, but it's been separate in the past. Like,
Right.
Yes.
It's separate votes, but they can both be both. Yes. And, I've been on the board for 6 years and never held this position either. I've been blackballed from it, so I'd like to nominate myself for the legislative liaison also.
Okay, hold on. There's another motion I have to add on. Legislative. So Kathy nominates herself.
I have a point of clarification.
Yes.
You have two positions as I'm trying to read here. It sounded like it was said that there is a student liaison
Yeah.
and a legislative liaison. Did I hear that right?
Yes,
That is
we're only
correct.
on legislative liaison now. We haven't got to student achievement liaison.
May I ask of the board if any of the nominations have a preference to be on the student versus the legislation that would ease some of the competition? Does that make sense?
I prefer student.
I prefer legislative.
Okay, who said I prefer student, please?
Ashley.
Okay, thank you. Gotcha. And Latoya. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then Kathy, you nominated yourself. Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have 3 people that want legislative liaison, correct? Okay, so let's start with the first one. This will be Mrs. Herbert nominates Latoya. We had a first for Deanna. Do we have a second?
First for
I'll
Deanna.
second.
So this is again, this is Deanna nominating Latoya. First was Deanna, second was Latoya. And then we'll do roll call. Again, this is for legislative liaison. Mrs. Walsh,
No.
Mrs. Zimmer,
No.
Mrs. Herbert,
What was that vote, please?
no.
No. Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Herbert,
Yes.
Mrs. Dutterberger,
Yes.
and Mr. Kirschner.
No.
Next motion we have is John nominates Ashley for legislative liaison. I need a second.
I want to ask Ashley, do you want that position?
I prefer the student.
I withdraw my nomination. please.
Okay, so this is now withdrawn.
All right, now we have a vote for.
All right, so I will get rid of that motion as withdrawn. Okay. Now the motion is Kathy. First, John second to nominate Kathy for legislative liaison. Mrs. Walsh,
Yes.
Mrs. Zimmer,
Yes.
Mrs. Herbert,
No.
Mrs. Dutterberger,
No.
and Mr. Kirschner.
Yes.
Okay, so the legislative liaison is Mrs. Walsh, and now we have to do the student achievement liaison. I need a nomination.
I have a nomination of Ashley.
And I'll second that.
Okay, John nominates Ashley. Okay, so John first, second, Kathy. Okay. Any other nominations? Okay, hearing none. Mrs. Walsh,
Yes.
Mrs. Zimmer,
Yes.
Mrs. Herbert,
Yes.
Mrs. Dutterberger,
Yes.
and Mr. Kirschner.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then this is just the next one is K3. Motion or resolution authorizing the superintendent, the treasurer, and our school officials as authorized by the superintendent to seek legal advice on matters affecting day-to-day operations, and then also, if it happens, labor negotiations of the district. Need a first.
Yeah.
Kathy first. Need a second.
I'll second.
Okay, and I think Ashley, this was updated with the names. It is. You're good. Okay, this was updated with the three. I think three law firms you added.
And we also
And so who are these other 3 law firms that were added?
Weston Hurd was discussed at the OSBA conference and brings forward lots of new legal background when it comes to school boards. And then the other 2 forms as well, I just researched and found, and they have quite good knowledge in the legal field for us, and I think they'd be a good asset.
Any other discussion? On
yes, I'd like you to add speech law. John sent.
Okay, hold on.
I think
So,
he sent that to everybody.
so we are adding who? Speech Law LLC. Okay.
For the record, that is speech as in freedom of speech. It's coming across here as beach.
Okay. Sorry. Speech. Yes. Speech.
Yep.
Is that it? Okay. So everybody sees illegal plus we're adding speech law. Any other discussion?
Oh, go ahead, John.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I would just add that I think we need to quickly define, not today, but we need to quickly define what is day-to-day operations, because I think that's a critical element here.
Okay.
I will say on those policies that we're going to be reviewing, there's a definition policy that has that in it. So when you look at that at the next meeting. Thanks, Mr. Kirschner. So are there any other questions regarding this?
I was going to recommend to remove Oregon law unless there's any pending legal matters that they're currently acting on.
I would like to see them retained. In the case that we have any unfinished business with them.
Is that okay, Ashley?
Okay.
Okay, that's okay. All right, so we're keeping all the current law forms, but we're adding speech law.
Thank you.
Okay, roll call. Hey, or any other discussion?
Could you clarify, are we removing Oregon?
No, we are keeping Oregon law.
I say Oregon all the time. It's Oregon.
Correct. Sorry, we're keeping them.
Thank you.
All right, Mrs. Walsh,
Aye.
Mrs. Zimmer,
Yes.
Mrs. Herbert,
Aye.
Mrs. Dunneberg,
Aye.
and Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Okay, good. Adjournment.
And now to adjournment. I move that we make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
I so move.
Okay, so Kathy
Second.
first. Oh, sorry. Ashley second. Kathy first. Ashley second. Mrs. Walsh,
Aye.
Mrs. Zimmer,
Aye.
Mrs. Herbert,
Aye.
Mrs. Dunneberg,
Aye.
and Mr. Kirschner.
9:28, motion adjourned. 9:30, we call order the Tuesday, January 13th, regular Board of Education meeting. Stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Stand up anyways.
Yeah.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Adam, if you could do the roll call, please. Aye.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Walsh. Mrs. Zimmer.
Here.
Mrs. Herbert.
Here.
Mrs. Davenberger.
Here.
And Mr. Kirsch.
Here.
All right, well, here, move to item B, agenda approval. So, does anybody have any comments for?
I move that we go directly to executive session because we have a pending and an important issue there, and move all of the rest of this agenda to the next regular meeting.
Mr. Kirschner, there's one thing. Could we do the treasurer's report real quick? Because the tax budget's got to get done by the
I
15th.
amend my motion to include what the treasurer just requested,
Before we
and
go.
that we then go directly to executive.
Thank you.
session.
All right, so does anybody have any questions or comments about moving the item? Hold on one moment.
It would be
Item TI, treasurer's agenda,
right. There's two
to,
items.
item C.
It'd be
Would that be directly after the executive session?
Directly after C, okay?
Yes.
To item D, new item D, and move everything else down by one letter. Anybody have a problem with that?
and we're moving the treasurer's items to D, correct? Before the executive session.
We'll put it before D, after public.
After clerk, yep, after participation.
We're not gonna-
Yeah, we're having executive session first, is that correct?
No, the treasurer's items first and then executive session.
Treasurer's agenda, we'll do
If we
one
could.
at a time, Mr. Kirschner, I'll get it, okay?
Can we amend the next meeting because it was on the schedule for the 20th? Or are we doing it? When would the next meeting be?
The next meeting's scheduled for the 20th.
Are you asking if the treasurer's report can hold till the 20th?
No, I'm saying I can't be here on the 20th.
Because that's on a Tuesday.
Yes.
We need to do that during the can we amend the
Well,
ordinance?
well, right now we voted on to have the board meetings the first and second Tuesday. So right now there's no other board meetings, no other regular board meetings in January. So we
Oh,
want
okay.
to do a special.
Okay. Then
Right.
never mind. So it would not be the normal board
So-
meeting on the 20th because it's not until next month.
Right, because we voted on the first and second Tuesday. Sorry.
You're fine.
Okay, so
Clarify, make sure.
yep, and so the motion is that we move the treasurer's items to D after public participation and in front of the executive session. Okay? And then I need a first and a second for that.
Yes. I'm at first, Ashley the second?
I'll
Ashley the
second.
Okay, so first Kathy, second Ashley.
Yes, and the motion is that we are moving item I to
Item D.
item D,
Correct.
and that's the treasurer's agenda. Go
Yes.
ahead, Laurel.
Mrs. Walsh,
Aye.
Ms. Zimmer,
Aye.
Mrs. Herbert,
Aye.
Mrs. Davenberger,
Aye.
and Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Okay. So it is.
Okay, and then we're gonna have a motion to move item, hold on. Where's it at? Item F to item,
It'd be E.
to be
It'd be
item
E.
E, executive session. And everything else will be moved down, so now D. That's it. Okay. Any questions or,
I need,
any questions or concerns?
I need a first and a second for that.
So moved.
Yeah, okay, I need a second.
Second.
Okay, so what this motion is moving item F, which is executive session, to item E, right behind the treasurer's reports. Ms. Walsh,
Aye.
Ms. Zimmer,
Yes.
Mrs. Herbert,
Yes.
Mrs. Davenberger.
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
Yes, hold on 1 minute. So I want to make sure I know when our next meeting is going to be on the 20th, right?
No, there's no more. There's no meeting set for the end of
So it'll be on
January.
the 3rd.
So it would be February 3rd would be the next regular scheduled board meeting.
All right. And Adam, I had sent you something to look at, so I want to know if you can make a motion to add this to the, I want to add this to your agenda, to pay speech law for legal fees. That would be a financial issue, right?
Yes. So Kathy has a
And I had
motion.
sent you that
Okay. Has
So-
a motion here.
to add,
Okay. Well, let's.
wait, that's not the motion. The motion to add it to to add to D, which is now D, and that would be D.
3.
What's your last name? D
D3.
D3, and here's this year. This two.
And what's the motion?
D3 treasurer. So what I want to move to D3 is approve a payment for speech law invoice for legal services to board member Kathleen Walsh.
Okay, so you're adding your motion.
And
We need to restate the motion, point of order.
it's to add, to add to tonight's agenda under D3, the treasurer's agenda, approval of payment, the speech law invoice for legal services to board member Kathleen Walsh for legal services.
I would like to clarify
And
the
that-
language, please.
This
and-
is just to add it to the agenda for discussion. That's all.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Do I have a first,
First.
second?
Okay, so first was Ashley, second was Kathy, and this is approved to move, just create D3 to pay speech law of approval payment to board Mrs.
And then we
Walsh.
read that during the motion. That's,
Okay, so you're just creating D3 right now.
yes.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Okay, and I had a first by Ashley and a second by Mrs. Walsh.
Aye.
Okay, so Mrs. Walsh said aye. Mrs. Zimmer,
Yes.
Mrs. Herbert,
No.
Mrs. Zaudenberger,
No.
and Mr. Kirschner.
No,
Okay. All right, so that did not get added. Okay, so we are, any other? Okay,
Okay, so make a motion to approve the agenda?
I so move.
I'll second.
so, John and then Ashley. So now we have the agenda set. Any other discussion? Nope. Okay, Mrs. Walsh.
Aye.
Mrs. Zimmer,
Yes.
Mrs. Herbert,
Aye.
Mrs. Dauderberger.
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Okay, so the adoption is meaning set. We still have CEO. We still have participation.
And
Could
we
you
are-
restate that? It says.
We still have C,
CEO.
Public participation before the treasurer's report.
Yes.
We have any?
We're now on to item number C, public participation. Do we have anyone signed up for public participation?
Jamie, do we have any? No, none.
All right,
Okay.
so now we're on to item D,
Yeah.
the treasurer's agenda.
Thank you. And I will, if you guys want to look at your screen, I'm going to try to, let's see if I can bring this up real quick. We're trying to get out of here. Hey, Brian, can you come help real quick, please? And you guys can also bring this up in your packet if you want to. I'm just going to try to bring this up here. in here. If I can share my screen. So this is for December, and I know two new board members. So how I do it is I kind of roll through a cash flow statement, which I've been doing for. Cash flow is helpful for board members, I think, in my opinion. And then I do a couple of charts, and then I also look at last year at the same time, the same month. So it gives you guys a nice little view. So we had $4.26 million in revenues coming in, and we had expenditures of $9 million. And again, so we had for the new board members, how this always works is August and usually March is the only months that we're positive cash flow. The rest of the months are all negative because we get our big tax property settlements in those 2 months. But the good news is every month I take this, I add this to what my cash flow estimate is for my 5-year forecast, and we are still in line with what my November 5-year forecast of what end of the year cash flow is going to be. So I'm very, I will get these numbers, even though it shows a big negative. So that I'm still in line with that. And then chart of receipts we have, and this is a nice little pie chart. Again, for everybody, it shows our restricted grants and aid of 3.467 million, and then our other restricted aids also is our state foundation of 534,000. So as you see, 90%, 95% of our money comes from state foundation, and that is usually how most months are going, except of course when we get our property tax settlements. Expenditures, very similar to 71.4% of our expenditures for the month was for personnel. And purchase service, which again, purchase services, a bunch of special ed contracts, our bus contracts through there. So again, it's 24%, but really those people are really, people and employees also. It's just contracted out. Other than that, a couple percent supplies, 1.2% capital outlay. So pretty minimal. And then the change from prior year, as you see, everything is pretty normal. The only thing we want to do is if something sticks out, and I put down at the bottom, 3.02, January was when our insurance premiums went up. So that's why from December 24 to 25, our insurance premiums went up because our insurance doesn't go up until January 1st, but we take them out a month ahead of time. So that's why our insurance premiums went up, and that's why that number went up from last December. And then also, again, purchase service numbers are up from last year, but again, that's spec ed cost, and there's nothing we can do about spec ed cost. Every school district is facing the same scenario. But everything else pretty the same, and again, I'm happy with the numbers for the year, and we're 6 months through the year now. I'm still happy with what my 5-year forecast, how it looks. If there's no questions on that, I will get out of there. Go to the board meeting. And then, there's no action on that. It's just my report to you guys. But the thing I do need action on, because I have to do this tomorrow when I get in, is the Franklin County tax budget. So I need to get approval from the board on that. I need a first and a second.
I so move.
John first.
Second.
Toya second. And I know you guys have had this. It's a big document. So if you guys have any questions, you can ask me. And it's funny how Treasurer's always joke. It always acts like it's like 24 months ahead, like we're really going to know what's happening, in 2027, but at the end of 2027. But it is what it is. But if there's no questions, then I will take a roll call vote. Mrs. Walsh.
Aye.
Mrs. Zimmer.
Aye.
Mrs. Herbert.
Aye.
Mrs. Dauterberger.
Aye.
And Mr. Krishna.
Aye.
Okay. And that is all we have for line items.
Alright, so we are now on to executive session. Item E, so move to item E. It is recommended that the Groveport Madison School Board of Education enter executive session to consider the investigation of charges or complaints against a district employee or official under ORC 121.22G1 and to confer with the board's attorney concerning disputes involving the public body that are subject of pending and intimate court action, if applicable, ORC 121.22G3. The board further acknowledges that no formal action or vote will be taken in executive session and that any subsequent board action will occur in open sessions.
I so move.
John,
I'll second.
John first, Ashley second.
Any questions? You should do roll call, please.
Okay, Mrs. Walsh,
Aye.
Mrs. Zimmer,
Aye.
Mrs. Herbert,
Aye.
Mrs. Davenberger,
Aye.
and Mr. Kershaw.
Aye.
It's 9:46, and we're adjourned. is 11:31, and we're back out of executive session and reconvening our regular meeting. On to item H, board items.
G. We're on G.
I'm sorry. On to G, recognitions and presentations. Is anyone opposed to accepting them as presented on our packet? So I move we accept the presentations as presented to the board.
And just on G1 real quick, we do have I do have plaques for
And so we have item 1 is the school board recognition one.
Just for clarity for the printed purposes, Madam President, just so everyone can follow on the printed ones, we will be on D in our booklet, but it's changed to G. It'll change to G on board docs. Thank you.
Yes, it will be G, correct, thank you. So we're at G, recognitions and presentations. Item number 1 is school board recognition month. Move that we approve that and just accept it. I don't even think we need to read it, is what I'm saying. Move to accept it as presented on the agenda. Is there a second?
You don't need a motion.
We don't?
Nope.
Just, okay. So we're going to
There's
move
no action item on any of these.
Well, I'm move on to item 2, recognition of Martin Luther King Day of service, Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service. And
May I make a motion to amend? I don't know if this has to, because it's as a recognition and we do our national observances as a resolution and not a recognition.
make a motion to amend.
To a resolution, our past practice, board colleagues, we normally do resolutions, so they're actually a part of the official record for all observances, so no one is left out. So I just want to ensure that this one gets treated the same, please. As presented is fine with me as well.
All right, so you're moving that we recommend all the observance.
They normally are, so.
Yeah.
that's-
2, so you're saying 2 and 3 also.
Yeah,
3
so
as
instead of it being a
resolution.
type of a recognition, we would move it to a resolution.
Okay,
If I could have a second for that, please.
I'll second.
Thank you.
That was first LaTwist, second Ashley.
yes.
Okay, so take vote now.
So we're just going to take all these and approve them, correct?
No, she's just talking about number 2, making that a resolution.
A resolution to accept that.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, Mrs. Walsh,
Yes.
Mrs. Zimmer,
Yes.
Mrs. Herbert,
Yes.
and Mrs. Duttelberger.
Aye.
Oh, I want to note, Mr. Kirshner left the meeting around 11:15 while they were in executive session, so just want to note that.
And number 3 is the Ohio Model United Nations presentation.
I emailed earlier today. We were concerned that it might be late when we got to this on a school night. So we canceled with the kids and the parents, and we'll put that on a future agenda.
Thank you, Jamie. That's great. On to what is now item H. It
Correct.
was,
Yes.
looks like
It
F,
was E.
board item. Oh, it was E.
It was E,
Now
now
it
it's
is
H.
H,
Correct.
and that is going to be board items. Number 1 is to the 2026, 2027, and the 27, 28 school calendar second read. You want to take that, Jamie?
Yep. The superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the 2026-2027 and the 2027-2028 school calendars.
So moved.
I'll second.
Any questions or concerns?
And just want to reconfirm that the union was involved in this. That was okay.
Take a roll call, please.
Mrs. Walsh,
Aye.
Mrs. Zimmer,
Yes.
Mrs. Herbert,
Yes.
and Mrs. Dogberger.
Aye.
So we have a motion to establish discussion procedures for this meeting. You want to read the motion since it's yours?
I was just gonna do a motion to remove it or skip it because it's
Okay,
so
so
late.
we're good. So you want to remove item
2.
Okay, noted. Remove item 2.
I'm gonna make a motion to move to table item 3, motion to discontinue and dissolve all existing standing board committees, and item 4, resolution establishing board committees, and item 5, policy BDR first read until our first meeting in February.
So you're tabling 3, 4, 5, and 6?
4, 5, not
Not 6.
well,
Sorry, 3,
yeah,
4,
we could
5.
do 6 also. Jamie, is it okay if we change the 6 also?
In a perfect world, if we would at least do the first read tonight,
Right.
because we need the program of studies done so we can do scheduling.
It's a perfect world. And the imperfect, can it wait until February? The first week of February?
I'm sorry, the morbid surge left and Carol was supposed to present this to you, but I do know about the program of studies. We made some minor adjustments to the program of studies, and she has also attached a Excel sheet doing line item by line item on what has been added or
So-
changed.
The
And we're going to need this so we can start working on master schedules for next year and do that in a timely manner that's respectful for our teachers.
Is
So-
it something that can wait until the first week of February?
How will this impact them?
We're waiting on the program and studies to be approved so we can start building our master schedule.
And we have to do 2 reads. We have to do the first
Right.
read, the second read.
I don't think it can wait. I don't want to speak out of turn, but you can always call and ask if you have questions. We can talk through it.
So
And
let me just clarify with we're gonna be the first and second, right? So we would have it approved by the second week anyhow, which would have been how it would have been anyhow. You know what I mean? Our schedule for the board is the first and second week of February, where how we would have had it, it would have been approved, the second read would have been the second week. We can commit to having the first read on the first week and then putting it on the second week as a second read.
we're going to do whatever the board decides.
So it won't, that's not gonna hurt the decision making? Is that what you're saying? Cause it'll be approved basically in the same time frame as what it would have been anyhow.
Okay.
Okay, does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna make my motion to include number 6 also, to table
3, 4, 5, and 6.
yes for the first week of February.
Are we allowed to have discussion on this or no? Any additional discussion?
Yeah, we could have discussion right now, but we gotta get a second. Do we have a second? To table board items, what is it?
3, 4, 5, and 6.
3, 4, 5, and 6.
I'll second.
Oh, and that was tabled until, whatever that
February
was.
3rd.
Yes, February 3rd. So is there any discussion?
Yes, I see that just as we're considering, I guess, postponing, the motion is on the table. Not sure why to discontinue and dissolve all existing standing board committees. Was that a superintendent recommendation or a certain board member? Because it says superintendent recommends, and I've got emails from students asking about student advisory. So just wanted to keep that in the loop. And I know that our committees are however they're set, but it does impact students middle of the school year.
And just a point of clarification, Latoya, the board items, there are three of them that say the superintendent recommends. We corrected that this afternoon online and printed different copies. Adam, you printed the agenda, yes? Oh, you didn't print the agenda. So it was those changes we changed to the board recommends.
Thank you.
Just on the official copy.
Okay, I just didn't know if I missed something. It's like if something was going on. And
So,
thank you.
yeah, I just think it's like, what, almost midnight, and we can table these and have a full discussion of everybody, with clear heads if we wait until the first of, what is it, the 3rd of February?
No, that's fine. I just wanted on the record that I do have emails from students requesting about the student advisory committee with us having a motion on the table to discontinue and dissolve all existing standing board committees, which will impact those students. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Could you do a roll call?
The board item, or the board motion right now is first by Kathy, second by Ashley, is to just table items H3,
It would be
4.
to postpone until the February meeting.
Okay.
Because we want to have a definite date. They're definitely coming back. Okay?
Postpone items H3, 4, and 5, and 6 until February 3rd.
Correcting.
Okay, we need a first by Kathy and a second by Ashley. Okay. Mrs. Walsh?
Aye.
Mrs. Zimmer?
Aye.
Mrs. Herbert?
Aye.
And Mrs. Delberg?
Aye.
Now we're on to, in your,
Right, superintendent's agenda, which is
Yes.
outside. No?
yeah, we're on the superintendent's agenda now, correct? Which is I in your book, but it would be, sorry, H in your book, but it's I on board docs.
Are we moving forward with these items?
Superintendent's agenda? items?
Yeah,
I think so,
okay,
yes,
good,
right.
okay. Superintendent recommends Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the attached job descriptions.
So moved.
So I have,
We need a second.
We need a second first.
Second.
All right, now we'll get a discussion.
Are we open for discussion?
Mm.
Oh, was she? Oh, I'm sorry.
I do. Go ahead, Ashley. I'm going to look at mine, please.
Oh, you're fine. I just have a question on if the new job descriptions, if there is any difference in pays.
So yes, the system administrator job description, we are only approving that job description and not a pay scale associated with it. The technology integration specialist job description has basically moves over to a different column on the DSC scale. And Adam, help me out. We're moving from
the one scale of technology center to the one of where it says tech, like Church's office tech, in that column. So that's where we're moving over, just that one. And the other job description, system network admin, we do not have a pay scale. We're just doing a job description.
I only other questions or comments I have, looking at the qualification summary, that a lot of these two positions could be hired with someone that has certification and experience, and they all have a requirement of a bachelor's degree. So if we're pushing students to go to trades and get certifications, I don't see that where we have opportunities to incorporate that as a requirement or if that makes sense. And it's just strictly a straight requirement. So just wanted to throw that out there if we want to reconsider that. And then if we can in the future, when we do have these and we have salaries, if we can add that to the job description so we know what that looks like and or what table it's associated with.
So I don't think I have enough information on the department itself, because we were told that we're working on reduction plan items and saving estimates, and these are going to be significant raises. We have one going from a step 5 to a step 10, I believe. And I think we need to have some more information before this can be done. I think I would like to see what the financial, contractual, organizational information in this department. So I think I would make a motion to table this item until the February 3rd meeting to give the administration time to get more information available to the board. Table it. Motion. And it needs a second.
I'll second.
Board recommends the Groveport table the attached job descriptions, correct?
Correct.
And that was first by Kathy, second by Ashley.
Any questions or comments?
Can you provide specifics on what needs to be provided back so it's clear for the administration, please?
So 1 minute, my screen went blank. Hold on.
I stated, so we're to bring this back. What is it specifically you're looking for so administration can provide that to the full board prior to the meeting?
Yes, sure. I would like to have more information. I would like a whether the change is permanent or temporary, the effective dates, the total annual cost, including benefits, funding sources, justification for the changes in the department, whether it fits within the current reduction and saving plan. Those are a few. I could make a list and then send it out. And, you know, I would just like to see the organization of that department before we make these. If there's two considerable raises, so. All right.
Okay.
Any other discussion or questions? Could you call it?
Yep, and so the motion now is the board recommends that we table the attached job descriptions, first by Kathy, second by Ashley. Mrs. Walsh?
Aye.
Mrs. Zimmer?
Aye.
And Mrs. Herbert?
Aye.
And Mrs. Duggar.
No.
The motion passes.
It's tabled.
To table until the February 3rd, so we
Yep.
can get some more information. The next is the approve the certified personnel.
Superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the following certificated personnel items as outlined in the attachment.
So moved.
Second. So Jimmy, did
Kathy,
any,
you were second, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
First, Latoya, second, Kathy.
Jamie, were there any changes on this from on board docs from what we have in our packet? Because there's not very many on here. We have a couple of speech pathologists.
No.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
And does anyone have any questions on this?
I just have a question regarding the speech pathologist. I believe we're contracted through the end of the school year currently. Are we breaking a contract early? And if yes, what's the cost of that?
So yes, we are replacing, which is part of the MOU. As we get in person.
I don't think that mic's on. Can you make sure it's on?
Hello.
There we go. Speak in it. Thank you.
So we are replacing contract people as is outlined in the MOU. So in our contract services with that, we have to give everybody 30 days notice, which is actually good for our teachers because then they can overlap and get to blend in and get that information from the current speech pathologist. So there's no fee as long as we provide the 30-day notice.
So are you saying that her contract is ending in 30 days? Is that what you're saying?
Well, actually, so the one of those was a vacancy, so we didn't have that issue. The other one is at Groveport Elementary, and we did end that contract. That person has already transitioned, and she actually ended early and started a new position with somebody else.
So the two non-certified contracts are new contracts. I
Yes.
noticed one of them is the step 15.
Yes, because in the MOU that we have from October that talks about the contract employees, we also talked about for hard to fill positions that we have up to 15 years to offer, and it was speech pathologists, psychs, OT, PT, nurses, social workers, and behavior specialists. I think somebody else. These people are coming to us from Columbus Speech and Hearing because they closed, and then our speech paths went out and recruited. So we interviewed 4, we got 2.
And do we typically hire people in at 15, step 15? I mean, that seemed, when I looked at the average pay for speech pathologists, that seemed like pretty high.
So the right now they're kind of like unicorns. Like they are in higher demand than what we have the quantity to fill them. So that's part of why that MOU is only for those subjects or those specific jobs and not everybody in general.
Mandy, am I correct that we've had some speech pathologists we've outsourced and it's been like $125 an hour?
That would be on a low, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So like when my secretary puts in a requisition for them to be able to bill and all that, we're averaging at $100,000 a requisition.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
Mrs. Walsh?
Aye.
Mrs. Zimmer?
Aye.
Mrs. Herbert?
Aye.
And Mrs. Delabert?
Aye.
The superintendent recommends Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the following non-certificated personnel items as outlined on the attachment. However, based on tabling item 1 above, we need to remove
And we will,
we need to remove Caitlin Roos on the change in salary position.
and put that on the next agenda, on
Yes.
the February. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
Table it. So we got the superintendent recommends the non-certificated personnel items, but also remove Mrs. Roos on the change of salary. I need a first and a second.
So moved.
I'll second.
Mrs. Walsh?
Aye.
Mrs. Zimmer?
Aye.
Mrs. Herbert?
Aye.
And Mrs. Delabert?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Item 4, superintendent recommends Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the following special education contracts, although I think one of them is actually a nurse contract. Is that correct?
Yes.
Not out of your department, but the 3 attached apartments for Kid Thrive Therapeutic and Molly Birch and Mary Swan. And those are the employees, not the students.
Any questions or concerns?
I
Roll
need
call,
a
please.
first and a second. I need a first and second.
I'll first.
We did. It was me and Ashley.
Oh, you guys already did it? I'm sorry.
We did. She was second. I was first.
Sorry about that. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Mrs. Walsh?
Aye.
Mrs. Zimmer?
Aye.
Mrs. Herbert?
Aye.
And Mrs. Delabert?
The superintendent recommends Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve payment in lieu of transportation reimbursement. The Ohio law allows for public school districts to determine the impracticality of transporting resident students attending schools not located within the district after consideration of a number of factors. Upon that determination, the school district is permitted to offer payment in lieu of transportation to the parent or guardian. Transportation Department has completed studies, and the residents in affected areas will be offered payment in lieu for the 2025-2026 school year. The initial list of families being offered payment in lieu of transportation is attached as executive content since it does list student names.
So moved.
Second. Any questions or concerns? Roll call.
Mrs. Walsh?
Aye.
And Mrs. Zimmer?
Aye.
Mrs. Herbert?
Aye.
And Mrs. Delabert?
On to number 6.
Yep. The treasurer recommends Groveport Madison Local Board of Education approve minutes for the December 9th, and December 16th special board meeting, 2025.
So moved.
Second. Any questions or concerns?
Mrs. Walsh,
I'm going to abstain. I wasn't at both of those meetings.
you're abstaining. Okay. And Mrs. Zimmer,
Aye.
Mrs. Herbert,
Aye.
and Mrs. Dellenberger.
Aye.
Okay. And then we're on to J. Or in your
Under
packet, it would
J,
be
comments, announcement, and other business. Anybody have anything?
I will share that David Hausman's tendered his resignation and 2-week notice today, and his last day of service will be February 1st.
last day February.
Well, I'd like to say, I do want to, I'm sorry that I didn't get to see him. I'm surprised sent him a note, but it was a pleasure working with him and the work that he did do and coming in with the maintenance space and working through things and always getting the contracts and quotes that we needed for Groveport Elementary with the PTO piece. Sad to see him go, but wish him the best and thank him for the service that he provided to Groveport Madison schools.
This is just a discussion item and we can totally shoot it down, but we have a few policies to read through at the next meeting. Would be beneficial to have a meeting at the end of the month so that meeting doesn't go till 2 o'clock in the morning.
With that, I think if we have changes, if we could just have a consensus on making sure whatever changes and modifications are provided prior. I didn't want to send anything because I wasn't at the January 6th meeting. So since we're here, that as we talk about having the consensus and working together, that we do get things timely to our treasurer and superintendent. So if they need to make those additional changes for us to all have various options to read, and I think that would give us the time, and we wouldn't be as long. That's not what's happened in the past. Deadlines were given and things weren't provided. Then we get to a meeting and it was just a mess. So I would just I'm asking if you have changes, thoughts, let's set a time frame like we've done in the past, but adhere to it because the time frames were set. The playbook was laid. It just was not adhered to. So if we have those for our February 3rd meeting, maybe actually we could make sure we could get, if we all agree to get that to Jamie and Adam, within at least a week out, right, before the board meeting and the agenda's out. So all of the variations, and we all get an opportunity to look at that in board docs, sit on it, and come prepared for the meeting.
That makes sense to me. I'm totally fine with that.
So if you could send those out to us, add on with a reminder.
And that's the 4 policies tonight and the definition.
Yep, and then the other ones, whatever she was mentioning, I don't know. You were speaking of the 4. We already had
Just the 4 policies and the 1 definition, correct?
but there were some additional
There was
ones.
more. There was the
Correct.
first read.
Oh, yes. I got you. So all of those. I will get, or me and Jamie will get somebody to send
Yes,
all those
I
out and
agree.
say, yeah, if you have any changes or questions, or then get it to me and Jamie in the next week. So then we can get those out to everybody. So then everybody can have a lot of questions. Again, we're not doing it in secret. We're doing it in public. As a board, you guys can do that before the meeting, so it doesn't have to happen at the meeting. You can get stuff done before the meeting. Correct. Okay. All right. Anything else?
Do you want to set a date for that or just say the week before?
It would need to be there probably that Tuesday at the latest, correct?
You can
Like,
get
So
stuff
are
to
you
us?
asking Ashley for a 26th, Tuesday the 26th? You can't do it on the 3rd, right?
Well, Latoya was suggesting sending any modifications or questions
The 20th?
ahead of the meeting, so it's all done ahead of time, so then we don't have as much discussion in the actual meeting.
So keep the February 3rd, but
So,
just
like-
have the questions to us.
Have all the questions or modifications to Adam or Jamie by like the 26th or 27th.
So moving.
I
are
would
you
say the 23rd. I
Say
mean,
23rd.
I would say the
23rd is
23rd.
fine too.
Yeah, that way they have enough time to compile and then when we get the draft agenda, we get it then and we get it on
Right.
the,
And we'll get all the questions and stuff out to you guys, and then you guys can still, right.
so would that be 9 a.m. on the 23rd, not a 4 p.m.? I'm
Make it-
just being honest.
Make it noon on the 23rd. Get
Okay.
any questions you guys have, right, on the 4 policies, the one definition, and then the first read policy that you had on, correct? Okay. So I will put in there, have it to me and Jamie by January 23rd.
Does that work for you, Kathy?
Well, the 23rd is Saturday, so maybe.
The
make it
23rd of the
23rd.
January is a
January.
Friday, Miss Kathy.
We're just talking about the questions with Kathy. Just have questions and discussion.
You're looking at February?
No, she's in 2027.
Oh, you put the 2027. Okay.
Like, what? Why did it say that day? Okay. And- oh my God. Let's go back here. And Ashley, are you asking that we schedule a special meeting?
No.
Or just have the documents?
If we can do the documents and questions, then that can avoid the special meeting. I just was trying to avoid having long drawn out discussions on the policies at the next meeting.
I want to put in is have the superintendent treasurer by noon of January 23rd, all questions and concerns about policies we talked about tonight or table tonight. Is that cool? I put that in the comment section.
And can either you or Kathy send that out to everyone since John is not here?
Oh, yes, yeah.
And because if you want to do it here, yeah. Okay,
Anything?
sounds good.
Okay.
Anything else?
I just want to say Happy New Year to all of our staff. Welcome back. It's our first time coming back. Hopefully you guys had a great holiday, and thank you all for all you do.
Anyone else? I'd like to say congratulations to everyone who's new sitting at the board.
Yep.
And we're on to adjournment. It is a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, roll
So
call.
let's go ahead and Ashley, Mrs. Walsh,
Hi.
Ms. Zimmer,
Aye.
Mrs. Herbert,
Aye.
and Mrs. Delbert.
Aye.
12:04 a.m.
And we're adjourned.
We are adjourned.